Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from, also what time is it. I should have known the moment I saw the house tilt against the pale morning sky that something inside it already knew my name. Long before I set foot inside, before the doors sighed open on their own, before the attic whispered things no living mouth could shape, the house felt aware, like it had spent years waiting for me to come back, even though I'd never been there before. People say a place can remember what happened inside it, but what if a place remembers who it wants? I didn't come because I wanted answers. I came because the nightmares stopped giving me a choice. Every night for 6 months, the same dream dragged me into halls I'd never walked, toward locked rooms I somehow recognized, pushing me closer and closer to the one door I swore I'd never open again, even though I couldn't explain why. A door with scratches on the inside. A door that someone, or something, had begged to escape through. The dreams felt real enough to leave my hands shaking when I woke. The smell of dust and old wood stuck in my throat like I'd been breathing it for hours. And, lately, the dream wasn't just a dream. I started waking with bruises shaped like fingers. So when the lawyer called about an abandoned property passed down from a distant relative, I didn't question how he found me or why I was the only one left in the bloodline. The nightmares had already prepared me. I just packed a bag, took the keys, and drove out to a house no one had lived in for 50 years, except in my sleep. The first pull of dread hit before my car even stopped. The house stood at the end of a gravel road, half swallowed by leaning trees that blocked the sun, so well it looked like the whole place lived in a permanent dusk. Paint peeled from the siding in sheets, and the windows had that glassy stare of someone trying to warn me to run. The front door hung slightly open, not from wind, not from neglect, open like a mouth waiting for me to step inside. The twist came before I even reached the porch. Something moved in the upstairs window. Not fast, slow enough to be deliberate, as if whoever watched me wanted me to notice. A silhouette. Thin, still, staring. I blinked, and it vanished, but the curtain swayed like a breath had stirred it. Right then, I should have turned around and driven away. But curiosity works like a hook. You feel the pull before you even realize you can't break free, and something told me the house wouldn't let me leave without taking something from me anyway. Inside, the smell hit me first, not rot, not mold. Something worse. Like the air had been trapped so long it grew stale and heavy, thick enough to cling to my skin. Floorboards stretched into darkness ahead, and dust swirled slowly, floating as if the house were holding its breath. The hallway felt wrong, too narrow, as if the walls leaned inward, trying to touch me. Then the door shut behind me, not slam and clicked. A soft, gentle click, like someone pressing the latch with care. I spun around. No wind, no loose hinges. The door had closed itself, and the air seemed to press in a little tighter, just enough to make my heartbeat quicken. My hand shook slightly as I tried the knob. It didn't move. Hook, tension, twist. But the twist wasn't the locked door. It was the voice, not a loud one, whisper, thin, drifting through the hall like it rode on dust motes. A child's voice, a little girl's voice, humming, a tune I knew, a tune I hadn't heard since I was 6. My breath stalled. Memories snapped into place like bones setting the wrong way. The tune belonged to a music box I'd owned when I was a kid, but I shattered that thing decades ago, because it made me wake, screaming every night. My mother, God rest her, she tried to help, told me the box frightened me, because the melody played during a bad experience from when I was very young. She never told me what that experience was, and I never remembered until now. The tune drifted from deeper inside the house, from a room that didn't appear on the blueprints the lawyer gave me. A room that shouldn't exist. And the humming wasn't mechanical, it was breathy. human. My feet moved on their own. Every step creaked, and each sound echoed too long in the empty halls, as if the house were repeating them, memorizing them. The wallpaper curled in jagged strips, revealing older layers beneath. Older patterns, older colors, like the house kept its history beneath its skin. Shadows stretched along the floor, even though nothing stood between me and the dusty windows. And the humming grew louder the deeper I walked. Then it stopped. Silence hit so hard my ears rang. The air thickened again, tightening around me until I felt lightheaded. Another twist. The music box began playing. Not humming, playing actual notes, metal prongs plucking a worn cylinder. Soft, sweet, wrong. I turned the corner into the living room and froze. The room had been gutted long ago. Furniture missing, curtains torn. Floor stained with something dark that age had turned nearly black. But on the far side of the room sat a small wooden table, and on the table sat my music box, the exact same one. The cracked lid, the faded paint, the dent from when I threw it down the stairs after another night of nightmares. Impossible. I stepped closer, drawn in despite every warning bell in my mind. The tune played slower than I remembered, dragging like hands along a coffin lid. When my fingers touched the box, the room temperature dropped so sharply I felt a sting in my lungs. Then the lid slammed shut. The music stopped, and a child giggled right behind me. I spun so fast my vision blurred. Nothing. Only the faint dust swirling in the air where something had moved. A whisper brushed my ear, "You forgot us." My legs nearly buckled. The whisper wasn't angry. It sounded hurt, betrayed. A floorboard creaked upstairs. Not the natural settling of an old house. A footstep. Deliberate. Heavy enough to suggest something bigger than a child. Then another. Then silence. I wasn't alone. I wasn't even the only living thing inside. And whatever stood upstairs wanted me to come up. The stairs looked rotten, but they held my weight as I climbed, each step groaning softly beneath my feet. Halfway up I smelled something. Coppery, sharp, faintly sweet. Blood. Old, but recent enough to leave a trace. At the top of the stairs, the hallway stretched longer than it should have. The doors positioned strangely close together. The wallpaper here had no pattern, just pale, peeling strips crossing each other like scars. My pulse throbbed in my throat. I didn't know which door the footsteps had come from, but the house seemed to decide for me. The one at the end slowly cracked open. A cold draft slipped out, brushing my arms like fingers. When I stepped inside, the world tilted. I recognized the room. Not from a dream, from a memory I spent my whole life forcing down. A memory I wasn't ready to admit belonged to me. This was my childhood bedroom. Not a replica. The same furniture, the same rug, the same posters on the wall, faded by decades rather than sunlight. My small wooden bed sat in the corner, blankets rumpled as if I'd just climbed out minutes ago. The air smelled faintly of crayons and dust. And something else, fear, sharp and old. The only thing out of place was the closet door. I had always hated that door as a child. I used to stuff blankets against the crack so nothing could crawl through. I used to wake screaming about hands reaching for me, cold fingers trying to pull me inside. My mother told me it was just night terrors. She lied. The closet door stood open now. Darkness crouched behind it. Not normal darkness, thick, unmoving, like a curtain of ink. Something shifted inside. A small shape stepped forward, and my breath hitched. A girl, pale, barefoot. Hair hanging in tangled strands over her face. My age when the nightmares started. Her nightgown looked almost translucent, as if she wasn't fully solid. But her eyes, when she looked up, her eyes cut straight through me. Wide, glassy, and painfully familiar, because they were mine. She raised one trembling hand, pointing at my chest. Her voice cracked as she whispered, "You left me." Then the room warped. The walls stretched outward. The bed slid across the floor without moving its legs. The sound of splintering wood echoed through the hall. I staggered, grabbing the doorknob, but it shocked my hand like a live wire. When I jerked back, The little girl screamed, not a frightened sound, but a furious one, rising and twisting until it didn't sound like a child anymore. Something huge slammed inside the closet. Once, twice. The third hit blew the door completely open. A mass of shadow spilled forward, crawling across the floor like smoke but heavier, thicker. Hands formed inside it, too many hands, reaching, grasping, clawing grooves into the wood. A hollow sound rolled out of the closet, like air sucking in around a scream that couldn't escape. The girl backed away, her eyes wide in horror. At the thing or at me, I couldn't tell. The shadow surged toward me. I stumbled out of the room, slamming the door just as something hit it from the other side, nearly knocking it off its hinges. I ran. I didn't look back. The hall stretched again, the house twisting itself, trying to drag me deeper. My feet hit the stairs, and the steps groaned loudly, the wood vibrating beneath me like it was waking up. A voice rose behind me, the girl's, layering with whispers from something older, heavier. Come back. You have to remember. I reached the bottom of the stairs, but the front door that had locked itself was suddenly wide open, as if the house were spitting me out. I bolted through it and didn't stop running until I reached my car. Only when I slammed the door did I realize the music box sat in the passenger seat, closed, waiting. I nearly screamed. I threw the box out onto the gravel, jumped in my car, and peeled out so fast the wheels spit stones. The house shrank in the rearview mirror, leaning slightly as though leaning to watch me go. But a final twist waited. When I got home, hours later, shaking, dust still clinging to my clothes, the box sat on my porch, not dented, not dirty, open, playing the tune again, and next to it, carved into my door with something sharp, were 3 words you remembered wrong. The nightmares didn't return that night. Something else did, scratching from inside my bedroom closet, and a soft voice humming, waiting patient. As if the house followed me home. As if the part I left behind finally found a way to come back. The scratching began at 3:12 a.m. A steady, patient sound, like nails dragging along wood in long, slow strokes. I woke with a jolt, heart hammering. Sweat running down my spine, though the room felt cold enough to bite. For a moment I thought I was still dreaming, trapped in that looping nightmare where my childhood closet swelled like a lung and whispered my name. But then the scratching came again, louder this time, and the thin hollow door rattled gently in its frame, reminding me this wasn't sleep. This was real. The worst part wasn't the noise. It was the melody humming beneath it, faint enough to sound like breath pressed through a wall. The same tune from the music box. The same tune from my earliest nightmares. The same tune I tried to bury for decades. Now it seeped through my room like cold fog settling over my skin, making my bones ache. For a long moment I froze, barely daring to breathe. The room felt smaller than it should have, as if the shadows gathered closer while I slept. Moonlight spilled through the blinds in thin stripes, and each stripe trembled like something passed in front of the window, just out of sight. My mind chased explanations. Wind, mice, old wood settling. But none of those hum lullabies that died 50 years ago. Curiosity fought fear, until the two tangled into something sharper. Something that pinned me to the mattress while my thoughts spun. I sat up slowly, lungs tight, listening for patterns in the scratching. 3 strokes, pause, 2 shorter ones, pause. Then a single long scrape. It wasn't random. The rhythm reminded me of the claw marks on the childhood closet door in the house. Vertical lines carved deep enough to splinter the wood. I'd touched those scratches hours earlier. Now the same pattern clawed at my home miles away. I reached for my phone on the nightstand. Dead. Not low battery. Dead, like something drained it. The screen stayed black no matter how many times I pressed the button. The alarm clock beside it blinked nonsense symbols instead of numbers, as if time itself tangled while I slept. The humming from behind the closet door grew louder, too steady and calm to belong to anything living. I swung my legs out of bed, and felt the floorboard under my feet pulse faintly, as though something beneath it moved. I jerked back, heart leaping into my throat. The board stilled, leaving me wondering if sleep still blurred the edges of what I saw. But the scratching didn't stop. Neither did the humming. And suddenly the quiet between each stroke felt sharper than the sound itself. Like the thing behind the door listened for my reaction. I forced myself to stand. Every instinct begged me to turn on the light, but I didn't. Some part of me feared the light would show more than I was ready to see. I approached the closet, each step slow, careful. The air around me turning colder the closer I got. A faint draught seeped from the bottom of the door, carrying the scent of dust, old wood, and something faintly sweet, like rotting fruit left too long in a sealed room. The smell from my childhood bedroom. My hand hovered above the doorknob. The scratching stopped. Silence pressed against my eardrums hard enough to ache. Then, through that silence, a soft knock came from inside the closet, polite, as if asking to come in, or out. "Don't leave me again." The whisper drifted from behind the door. The same trembling voice from the house, the same tone the girl used when she told me I left her. Hearing it inches away made my throat tighten. It sounded older this time, not by age, by hurt, by memory. I backed away until the back of my knees hit the bed. The whisper came again, raspier now. Words stretching like elastic pulled too thin. "You remembered wrong." The same sentence carved into my front door. The truth I didn't want to face. I shook my head, pulse racing. "No," I whispered without meaning to. "You're not real." Something inside the closet laughed, a small, broken laugh that cracked at the end. Then the knob turned, slowly, deliberately. Metal scraped metal in sharp clicks. I grabbed the nearest object, a lamp, and held it up like a shield, but the knob twitched back, stopping before it opened. The humming returned, louder, low, and mournful, like a lullaby played on rusted strings. Then, just as my nerves stretched to tearing, the humming cut out. Silence fell again, and the knob stilled. For a moment I thought it was over. The scratching didn't return. The humming faded completely. The air warmed by a fraction. I lowered the lamp, hands trembling. Maybe whatever followed me from the house couldn't cross the threshold of the closet. Maybe it needed something, permission, fear, memory, to break through. Then something slid from beneath the door, a folded note. My chest tightened. Every instinct screamed to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The note stopped at my feet, edges stained with something dark. I crouched, hesitant, and picked it up. The paper felt too soft, like skin left too long in water. I unfolded it carefully. Only 2 words were written inside, in shaky handwriting that looked familiar in the way childhood writing looks familiar when you haven't seen it in decades. "Look deeper." The moment I read it, the room groaned. Not the house, the room itself. The walls stretched subtly outward, as if the shadows inhaled. My breath fogged the air, even though summer heat pressed against the windows. Something about the note tugged at a buried memory, a memory blurred enough to sting, but not clear enough to face. The closet door rattled hard, once like something slammed against it with full force. The impact shook dust from the ceiling. I backed toward the window, lamp raised again, pulse thundering. The knob twisted all the way this time. Click. The latch released. I braced myself as the door creaked open an inch. Only darkness stared back. Thick, solid darkness that looked too heavy for a space so small. I waited for a shape to crawl out, for hands to reach, for the girl's face to appear. Instead, a small wooden object dropped from the darkness and hit the floor with a hollow thud. My music box. The same one I threw into the gravel. The same one that showed up on my porch. Now here, in my bedroom, the lid shut tight, dust covering it like it had been buried somewhere for years. I knelt slowly and reached for it, breaths shallow. Just before my fingers touched the lid, it snapped open on its own. A single note played. Then another. Then the full melody spilled out, louder than ever, vibrating the floor beneath my knees. And as the tune played, a second note slid from inside the box, rising like it floated on its own. I grabbed it with shaking fingers and unfolded it. This one was longer, and worse. You didn't leave me. You doomed me. And I'm coming out when you remember why. The closet door swung wide. A cold hand gripped my ankle. I screamed and kicked instinctively, ripping my leg free, crawling backward as something dragged itself from the darkness. It wasn't a full shape. More like limbs forming through thick smoke, fingers elongating too slowly to be natural. The humming from earlier rose again, but distorted now, twisting through the air like a warning sung backward. The creature, or shadow, or memory, whatever it was, pulled itself halfway out before freezing. Its head lifted slowly, and in the strips of moonlight, I saw its eyes. My eyes. Not the girl's. Mine, older, hollow, dead. It whispered, in a voice that was both mine and not mine, you buried the truth. I dug it up. Before it could drag itself fully into the room, something shifted behind it in the closet. Another shape forming, another voice rising. This one smaller, frightened. The girl. Stop, she sobbed. Not yet. He doesn't remember yet. The shadow hissed, retreating slightly, melting back into the darkness as if dragged by unseen hands. The closet door slammed shut so hard the frame cracked. Silence swallowed the room. The music box stopped. And the only sound left was my ragged breathing as I realized something horrifying. There weren't just two of them in that closet. There were many. Some sounded like children. Some didn't sound human at all. And all of them were waiting for the same thing. For me to remember what happened in that house. Morning came, but the light didn't bring comfort. It only showed the damage. The closet door hung crooked, the frame cracked from the force that slammed it shut. Dust coated the floor in strange patterns. Long smears where something dragged its fingers across the wood, as if marking its place. The music box sat perfectly still on my nightstand now, though I never put it there. Its lid was open again, yet no tune played. The silence felt heavier than the melody ever did. I told myself to leave, to get as far from the house and the thing inside my closet as possible. But a piece of me knew distance wouldn't matter. Something followed me home last night. Something tied to the memories the house insisted I face. And until I understood what it wanted, running wouldn't help. That thought alone kept my legs from shaking as badly as they wanted to. I walked to the bathroom to splash cold water on my face. When I looked in the mirror, my reflection lagged half a second behind my movements. My breath caught, and for a moment, I stood frozen, watching my reflected eyes not quite match my fear. Then, with a blink, the mirror snapped back to normal. My reflection moved as it should, but the delay left a sick weight in my stomach. Something was wrong with time here. Wrong with the space around me. The house from my nightmares didn't stay where it belonged. It stretched its unseen limbs into my home, pulling me toward truths I spent years forcing into the deepest parts of my mind. Look deeper, the note had said. But deeper into what? Memory? Fear? Or the house itself? I left the bathroom and nearly tripped over something on the hallway floor. A line of small objects stretched from my bedroom to the living room. Old toys. Not mine from adulthood, but from early childhood. A wooden soldier with chipped paint. A stuffed rabbit missing an ear. A marble cloudy from years of handling. These items vanished when I was 9. I always believed my mother threw them out during one of her charity drives. Now they formed a trail, each spaced evenly. Each turned slightly toward the living room, as if urging me to follow. My heart thudded painfully. I didn't want to follow. I already knew something waited for me at the end of that trail. Still, the same pull I felt at the abandoned house tugged at me again, subtle but firm, and dread squeezed tightly around my ribs as I stepped forward. The toys led me to the living room, and the air grew colder with each step until I could see my breath. When I entered the room, I froze. Someone had drawn on the walls overnight. not scribbles. Scenes. Entire scenes stretched from floor to ceiling in childlike drawings. Stick figures. Houses, trees, all colored with crayons I hadn't owned in decades. At first the drawings looked innocent, almost playful. But the closer I moved, the more wrong they became. The colors turned darker. The smiles on the stick figures warped into jagged shapes. The trees bent unnaturally, branches drooping low like claws reaching downward. And near the center of the wall, drawn larger than anything else, a silhouette of a house appeared. My stomach twisted at once. I recognized its slanted roof, its tall windows, its leaning frame. The house I visited yesterday. Below it, a smaller figure stood holding hands with another, a child, and the second figure was drawn in red, completely red, a smear of color that didn't match crayon texture. Something about it made my throat close. The red figure looked melted, stretched, distorted. The longer I stared, the more it resembled the shadow that crawled from my closet. Then I noticed something worse. The red color glistened. Not wax, not paint, wet. Before I could force myself to stop, I reached out and touched it with 2 fingers. My breath hitched, sticky, metallic, warm, blood, fresh. The lights flickered, and the temperature dropped so sharply I gasped. Something whispered from behind me. Too soft to understand, too close to ignore. I spun around, but the room stood empty. No movement, no sound. Only the line of toys behind me, leading back toward my bedroom, like breadcrumbs guiding me into a trap. The drawings on the walls shifted when I looked back at them. The red figure now pointed directly at me. I staggered backward. My legs nearly buckled when the floor vibrated softly, as if something walked underneath the house. A slow, steady movement. Not an animal. Not pipes. Footsteps. Heavy. Intentional. They stopped beneath my feet. Silence swallowed the room. Then a voice rose from below the floorboards, muffled, trembling, broken. Why did you leave me there? Why didn't you come back? My breath hitched so hard it hurt. The voice wasn't the girl's. It wasn't the shadows. It was a boy's. Younger than the girl. Younger than me. The house never mentioned a boy. Before I could speak, before I could even think, the floor bulged upward, the wood bending as if something pushed from below. Cracks spidered across the planks, each one snapping louder than the last. I jumped back just before a section of the floor split wide open, sending dust and debris into the air. From the darkness of the crawl space beneath, a small hand reached up, pale, thin, shaking, not monstrous, not shadow, a child's hand, attached to a voice begging softly, "Help me. Please." My lungs burned. Something in that voice unlocked a memory so old, so buried, it struck like a blow to the head. A memory I didn't want but couldn't stop. A boy, crying. In darkness, a closet, a basement, walls closing in. My own hands, small, trembling, pulling a door shut while the boy screamed my name. No, that couldn't be real. I would never. The hand reached further from the hole, fingers curling desperately. "Please," the boy whispered. "I'm still here. You promised." Promised. The word hit like ice water pouring down my spine. My vision swam. Before I could react, another hand shot out of the hole, this one larger, gray, stretched unnaturally long. It clamped onto the boy's wrist with a grip that made bones crack. The boy screamed, high and terrified, and the large hand yanked him back into the darkness. The hole sealed shut instantly. The wood knitted back together like living flesh. The room fell silent. I staggered forward and slammed my hands onto the floor, trying to pry the boards apart, but they didn't budge. Only a faint echo of the scream lingered beneath them, fading, then gone entirely. I sat back, shaking violently. The cold around me pulsed. My breath came in short, panicked bursts. Something in this house, something in my memory, wrapped around that boy, twisted him into this nightmare. And I played a part in it whether I remembered or not. Before I could gather my thoughts, a new sound drifted through the room. The music box, from my bedroom. Its melody floated down the hall, sweet and soft, but horribly out of place. I stood slowly, legs unsteady, heart pounding in my throat. That tune always came before something changed. As I stepped toward the hallway, the drawings on the wall shifted again, lines rearranging like they were alive. The stick figures moved, they bent. They reached toward me, arms stretching across the wallpaper like shadows unhooking themselves from the surface. Faces shifted from simple dots to hollow, gaping holes. And the house in the drawing grew larger, swallowing more of the wall each second. The melody from the music box cut out abruptly. Then a new voice whispered from down the hall, "You're ready." Ready for what? The question spun in my mind as the hallway lights flickered violently, buzzing with electrical strain. I forced myself to step forward, though every instinct screamed to run. The temperature dropped again. My breath turned into thick clouds. The shadows lengthened along the floor, moving ahead of me toward my bedroom, as if leading me deeper into the memory I tried so hard to lock away. When I reached the doorway, I froze. My bedroom was gone, completely. In its place stood the upstairs hallway of the abandoned house. The same wallpaper, the same warped floorboards, the same faint draft that smelled of dust and old secrets. My home had shifted into the house from my nightmares, or the house had reached into my home. Either way, there was no going back. The last thing I heard before stepping through the doorway was that same trembling voice from the trapped boy. Faint but clear, "Hurry before she finds you." But I didn't know who she was, or why she wanted me. The moment I stepped across the threshold, I felt the shift, like the air thickened into invisible chains clinging to my arms and chest. My home vanished behind me without a sound. No clear dividing line marked where reality ended and the old house began. But every inch of me understood the truth. I wasn't in my hallway anymore. The slanted ceilings, the peeling wallpaper curling like dried skin, the warped wooden railing, all of it matched the upstairs corridor of the place that had haunted me since childhood. The house didn't pull me back. It swallowed me whole. Cold settled around me, seeping under my skin, and the floor creaked as if something heavy paced beneath the boards, following my steps. Far down the hall, a dim yellow glow flickered from a door cracked just an inch. The same door I saw in my nightmares. The one the girl emerged from, the one the shadow tried to escape through last night. The door I swore I'd never open. Yet it waited now, gently pulsing with a faint light like a dying heartbeat. I forced my feet to move. Every step sounded too loud, echoing in strange ways, bouncing off walls that seemed too close and too far at the same time. I passed the first door on the left. It groaned softly as if breathing. The second door rattled, just once, as if something behind it woke when I walked by. I kept my eyes straight ahead. Whatever stirred inside those rooms didn't want me not yet. They were watching, waiting for something else to pull me deeper. Halfway down the hall, the temperature dropped again. My breath came out in white clouds. The wallpaper darkened, wet patches forming shapes, small hands pressed against the inside as though someone stood within the walls, pushing forward, leaving trails of smudged fingerprints. The hands slid downward slowly until they vanished. A faint whimper followed, drifting like a breeze past my ear. "Don't let her find him," the voice murmured. The boy again. My pulse thundered. "Who is she?" I whispered into the dark. A soft, sharp laugh echoed through the hall. Not the girls, not the boys. Something older. Hungry. I reached the door with the flickering light. My hand hovered over the knob. It trembled beneath my breath, as if matching my fear. The cracked light spilled through the narrow gap, casting thin rays along the floor. Shadows stretched and bent unnaturally, reaching toward me like long arms. A sudden thud shook the wall to my right. I jumped back. Another thud followed, this one louder, closer, vibrating the floor beneath my feet. Then a scraping sound, a slow drag of something heavy across wood. It approached from the opposite end of the hallway. The house wanted me to choose open the door in front of me, or face whatever crawled toward me from behind. The scraping grew louder. A low, guttural breath rolled through the corridor. Something dragged itself along the floor, slower than any creature should move, as if savoring every inch. I gripped the doorknob and turned it. The door swung inward with a whisper. The room was small, almost suffocatingly so. A single window sat boarded shut, letting in slivers of quivering light. Dust floated through the air, swirling like disturbed ashes. At the center of the room sat a wooden chair, the kind you'd find in an old schoolhouse. With rope coiled around its legs and arms, the rope looked frayed, stained dark brown. Dried, old, but not old enough. The temperature dropped sharply as I stepped inside. The door clicked shut behind me on its own, locking me inside with a soft, final snap. My breath shook in my chest as I crouched near the chair. A faint indentation marked the seat. Someone had been tied here for a long time. Someone small. My stomach twisted hard enough to hurt. I reached out to touch the back of the chair. The moment my fingers brushed the wood, the room shifted. The light flickered. The edges of the walls rippled like disturbed water, and suddenly I wasn't alone. A figure stood in the corner, flickering in and out like a broken reel of film. The small girl, her hair covering her face, her nightgown hanging like torn fabric from a wire. Her hands trembled as she stared at the chair. "You said you'd watch him," she whispered, voice thin as cracked glass. "You said you wouldn't let her take him." My throat tightened. Words stuck behind fear. She lifted her head slightly. Her eyes, visible through strands of hair, were wet and full of something deeper than sadness, something close to accusation. "You shut the door on him." A sharp, suffocating vision snapped into my mind. Darkness, a shaking floor, a child screaming. My own hands slamming a door while shadows swallowed everything inside. The memory cracked open like a blister, leaking faces and sounds I tried all my life to bury. I stumbled backward. "No," I said, breathless. "I didn't." "You did?" The girl took a step toward me, and the walls trembled with her movement, dust falling like old snow. "You locked him in," she said, voice rising. "You left him with her." A cold, crawling sensation crept up my spine. "Who is she?" I whispered. The girl shuddered. Her breath came out fast, panicked. She looked toward the boarded window, then at the chair, then at the door. Her voice dropped to a terrified hush. "She rules the house." The scraping outside the room slammed against the door, shaking it hard enough to crack the frame. The girl's head jerked toward the sound, and terror warped her small features. "She found you," the girl whispered. "Don't let her see your face." Another slam hit the door, harder, splintering part of the wood. A slow, deliberate breathing filled the room, leaking through the cracks. Deep inhales like someone sniffing for me. My pulse pounded so loudly I barely heard the girl speak again. "She took the boy," the girl whispered. "She'll take you too, unless you remember what she made you do." My legs felt weak, but I forced myself between the door and the girl, as if shielding her from something I didn't even understand. Another blow struck, making the entire door cave inward, leaving a jagged hole in the center. Through the hole I saw an eye, wide, glassy. Wrong. It stared at me with recognition, but not from this life. From memory. My memory. A rasping voice breathed through the gap, "Open the door, or I'll peel it away." The girl grabbed my arm with cold fingers. "Don't let her in." "Not again." Again. The word hit like a hammer. Another memory tore loose. Me younger. Screaming as something tried to force its way into this room, while I pushed against the door, nails digging into the wood. Behind me, a boy's cries echoed, begging me not to leave him as I escaped through a crack in the wall. I didn't save him. I saved myself. The house, the girl, the boy, the shadow, they weren't just ghosts. They were the pieces of what happened after I ran. The truth that the house wanted me to face. The truth the woman outside the door wanted to drown me in again. The door bulged inward, wood cracking like bone. The girl pulled harder on my arm, You have to run." "I can't leave you," I said, breath shaking. "You already did." The walls shuddered. The window rattled. Dust rained down in thick sheets. The eye behind the broken door narrowed, and a thin smile curled beneath it, stretching too wide. She knew she had me cornered. My only exit was the boarded window. I didn't think, I acted. I grabbed the chair and hurled it at the boards. The glass shattered, cold air flooding the room. The house wailed, an actual sound, like pain ripping through wooden bones. The girl stepped back into the corner, her outline flickering violently like she was losing her shape. "Go," she whispered, voice cracking. "Before she gets inside you." Before I could hesitate, the door exploded inward, shards flying across the room. A towering shape surged through, soaked in darkness, so thick it looked like tar moving on its own. Her limbs stretched too long. Her fingers dragged on the floor. Her face. I never saw her face, because the girl shoved me toward the window with surprising strength, sending me tumbling through the broken frame. Cold air swallowed me as I hit the ground outside, rolling across dirt and dead leaves. When I looked back up, the window had vanished. The entire house had changed shape. The upstairs room now showed darkness behind a solid wall. No window, no girl, no door, no escape route. Only the faint sound of something breathing slowly behind the wood, waiting. The ground jarred my bones when I landed, knocking the air from my lungs. For a few seconds I lay still, stunned, blinking up at the empty siding of the house that shouldn't have been empty at all. The window I had crashed through was gone, sealed behind warped wood that looked decades old, as though it had never been broken. The boards over that section of wall seemed to pulse faintly, as if something inside pressed against them with slow, deliberate breaths. A thin layer of frost formed along the edges, spidering outward like veins under skin. The house watched me even now, through wood thick enough to bury secrets. I pushed myself to my feet, body trembling. The air outside wasn't just cold, it felt drained, hollow, like a vacuum waited to pull me under if I stood still too long. Grass around my shoes bent as though brushed by unseen hands moving past. I backed away slowly, eyes locked on the wall as if expecting it to open again and release the thing that chased me. But the house wanted something different now, something colder. A soft thump came from beneath the ground. I froze. A second thump followed, closer. Then a dragging sound, long and gritty, like someone crawling just under the soil's surface. The earth quivered beneath my feet, tiny vibrations moving through my legs. I stumbled backward until I hit a tree trunk. My breath shook in white clouds. Then a voice rose from the ground, muffled as if coming through layers of dirt. "It's dark here." It was the boy. My heart lurched. The sound carried the same trembling fear as before, but something new shadowed it, an echo of anger, thin but sharp, like a splinter buried under skin. "Please," he whispered, "help me out. I don't like it down here." The soil near me shifted. A small hand pushed through, fingers coated in dirt, reaching upward. Unlike last time, no larger hand grabbed him. No shadow dragged him away. The boy reached for me alone, and this time I couldn't pretend I didn't hear him. I crouched cautiously, ignoring the tremble in my knees. "Where are you?" I whispered. "Everywhere," he said. "She put me in the walls, in the floor, under the house. I can't move unless you remember what happened." The words hit with the force of a blow. "I'm trying," I said. "I don't know what I forgot." "You didn't forget," he whispered. "You hid it." The hand disappeared beneath the soil, sliding through as though pulled gently downward. My pulse spiked. I reached toward where he vanished, but my fingers only brushed cold dirt. Suddenly, the ground split open beside me. Clean, straight, unnatural. A narrow crack stretched from my feet toward the side of the house. A faint light flickered inside, like a candle about to die. A cold draft drifted out, carrying the faint scent of wet stone, mold, and something metallic. A basement. A memory flickered. Me as a child, standing at the top of wooden steps, too scared to go down. hearing someone whisper my name in the dark below. My mother tugging my arm, telling me not to go near that part of the house again. But why? The crack widened, bending into the shape of a doorway. The earth pushed upward in chunks, revealing rotted boards beneath. I swallowed hard. The basement entrance wasn't part of my house. It was part of the old house pulling through reality again, stitching itself into my world with a precision that felt disturbingly human. The basement door of that house now sat inches away from my feet. From the darkness below, the boy whispered, "Follow me." The cold that seeped up from below made my teeth ache. I should have run. Nothing good waited in that basement. But run where? Every exit led back to the same place. Even if I drove until the tank ran dry, the house would find me again. It pulled at me like a magnet, dragging loose memories to the surface one by one. And the boy, he didn't sound like the threat. He sounded like the key to the truth. I stepped into the crack. The ground swallowed the doorway behind me with a soft hiss, closing me inside darkness, so heavy it felt almost liquid. Wooden steps groaned under my feet as I climbed down. Dust rained gently with every shift of the old boards. The air smelled of damp stone and cold metal, thick enough to force shallow breaths. The dim light I'd seen earlier flickered faintly ahead. As my eyes adjusted, I made out the basement walls, stone bricks, uneven and dark, slick with moisture. The ceiling hung low, rafters bowing downward as though years of weight pressed on them, and the humming tune. The cursed melody from the music box drifted through the space softly, echoing as though played from far behind the walls. Something moved near the far corner, not immediately visible, more like a ripple in the dark. I stepped toward it, each footfall sounding too loud in the tight space. As I neared the corner, faint scratching noises began, small, hurried strokes, like someone writing on stone with their fingernails. When I finally reached the far wall, I saw him. A boy, no older than 7, crouched with his back turned. His clothing was worn, covered in dust and dirt, his hair matted and tangled. His small shoulders rose and fell with shallow breaths. He scratched frantically at the wall with one hand. "Hey," I whispered softly. "It's okay. I'm here now." He stopped scratching. His hand fell still. Slowly, he turned his head toward me. My breath caught. He had no mouth, only smooth skin where lips should have been. But his eyes were mine. The same shape, the same color, and behind them a sorrow so raw it made my stomach twist. He lifted one small finger and pointed at the wall he'd been scratching. I leaned closer. Words were carved into the stone, jagged, uneven letters, some smeared with blood. I traced the first line with shaking fingertips. Lio Mayahar Angry. A shiver shot through me. "Who?" I whispered. The boy scraped another line beneath it. Faster now, letters trembling, Wob Rughtr by K. Before I could respond, the basement groaned. The walls trembled just slightly, dust falling in soft clouds. A deep, slow breath moved through the room, as if the house inhaled. The boy's hand shot out. He grabbed my wrist with surprising strength and pulled me down to his level. I knelt, frozen. His hollow eyes widened. "She's coming," he whispered without a mouth. The words echoed inside my head rather than the room. "She found the trail you left." "What trail?" I whispered. He pointed at my chest, and only then did I notice it. The long scratch across my shirt, fresh, deep enough to tear through fabric. I hadn't felt it happen. Blood seeped slowly through the rip, warm against the cold basement air. "She marks things she wants," the boy whispered inside my mind. "She marked you when you ran from her the first time. She never stopped looking." The basement lights flickered violently. A low moan crept through the stone walls, a sound old enough to carry grief and hunger in equal measure. The boy tightened his grip. "You buried the truth," he whispered. But she didn't. The far wall cracked. A long, jagged line tore through the stone, glowing faintly as something large pushed from behind it. "She's breaking through," the boy cried. The crack widened. A pale hand pushed through. long fingers stretching wider than they should, nails scraping stone in slow, hungry strokes. I stumbled back, heart slamming in my throat. The boy didn't move. He just watched me with those hollow eyes. "You can't escape until you remember," he whispered. "And she won't stop until you do." The pale hand gripped the stones and tore them free like wet paper. And the face behind the wall, God help me, I knew it. I knew her. Even before memory returned. Even before the scream rose in my throat. Even before the past crashed over me like a wave of ice. Her face pushed through the cracked stone with slow, deliberate pressure, as if she savored tearing her way into the open. The pale skin stretched unnaturally, pulled thin across sharp angles that didn't match a human skull. Her eyes appeared first, sunken pits filled with a cloudy film, yet focused with chilling precision. They locked onto me the moment they broke through. Recognition shot through me like a spark, though I couldn't yet place why. My lungs froze, my hands numbed. Every muscle trembled in instinctive terror. Her lips peeled back in a smile far too wide, exposing gray gums and teeth that seemed carved rather than grown. She inhaled, and the sound was wet, rattling, as if she breathed through waterlogged lungs. The air tightened around me, stealing warmth from my skin. "You came back," she rasped, voice dragged across rusted metal. Not joy, not anger, something worse, satisfaction. The boy beside me slammed his hands over my ears. The action shocked me, because his touch felt warm, alive, desperate. "Don't listen," he whispered inside my mind, voice trembling. "She grows stronger the more you hear her." But her words burrowed in anyway, curling through my thoughts like smoke searching for cracks. "You shut the door on him," she crooned, her head emerging fully from the wall. Her neck was too long, bending at unnatural angles as her shoulders forced themselves through the stone. "You left him in the dark with me." The memory she invoked hit without warning. A child me, running. A dark basement. The sound of frantic knocking. A small voice begging through a door's crack. My own voice promising, "I'll get help." "Hold on." Little footsteps sprinting away while screams echoed behind me. Then silence. I stumbled back as the memory stabbed deep. No, I didn't remember this. I couldn't remember this. My throat tightened so badly I could hardly breathe. "That's not." I choked out, but the words refused to finish. The woman laughed. A horrible, choking laugh that sounded like bones grinding. "You remember enough." Her full body tore free of the wall. She stood impossibly tall, limbs stretched too long, fingers dragging jagged lines across the stone floor. The walls pulsed with each step she took, vibrating like a heartbeat. Dust rained with every movement, as though the room itself cowered from her presence. The boy pushed himself between her and me, arms outstretched, his mouthless face tilted upward in defiance. "You can't take him," he whispered. "Not until he knows everything." Her smile widened. He knew enough when he ran. Another memory ripped through me, reaching for the boy through a crack in the closet door. My fingers brushed his wrist. Something yanked him back. The door slammed shut in my face. His scream rose, then twisted into something not human. Then silence. I staggered, gripping my head as pain shot through my skull. "Stop," I begged, though I wasn't sure if I spoke to the woman or the memories suffocating me. She reached out with one long, gray hand. Her fingers brushed the air inches from my chest. "I kept him alive for you," she whispered. "I kept all of them. All of them." The phrase dug into my brain, but the meaning hovered out of reach. My heart hammered. Cold sweat slid down my neck. The boy said nothing, but the way his shoulders tensed told me he already knew part of what I was about to uncover. Her hand moved closer. The boy lunged, grabbing my arm and yanking me backward with surprising strength. His small body shook violently, but he planted himself between us like a barrier. "Not yet," he hissed. "He isn't ready." She tilted her head, bones cracking softly with the movement. "You think you can stop me?" The walls shuddered in response to her voice. Cracks splintered upward from the floor, crawling across the ceiling. The basement groaned under the strain, beams bending as though something pressed from above. The boy held firm. "Remember the attic," he whispered to me. It started there. The word attic struck me like a blow. My breath caught. A picture flared in my mind. Dusty rafters, a single window, a rope hanging from a beam. But before the memory could fully surface, the woman lunged. The boy screamed. Not in fear, but in pain. Her hand wrapped around his shoulder, fingers sinking into him like clay. His small body shivered violently, edges flickering like his shape struggled to stay solid. "No," I yelled, rushing forward, grabbing at her wrist. But the moment I touched her, cold stabbed into my skin so deeply I felt it hit my bones. Her head snapped toward me. Electric terror shot down my spine. She leaned closer, her breath brushing my cheek like frozen needles. "You can't save him," she whispered. "You never could." The boy's hands grasped my shirt, pulling me toward him. His eyes, my eyes filled with pain. "Run," he whispered in my mind. "Go upstairs. The truth waits where she first found us." His body flickered again, fading and returning in rapid bursts. She tightened her grip. A thin crack formed along his arm, not like flesh splitting, more like porcelain breaking. "No," I breathed. "I won't leave you. You did before." The boy's words shuddered inside my skull. The basement ceiling groaned again, louder this time, bending downward as dust poured in thick waves. Stones tumbled from the walls, one striking my shoulder hard enough to drop me to a knee. She pulled the boy closer to her chest, lifting him with ease. His body bent unnaturally under her grasp, small limbs dangling like broken marionette strings. His fading voice pressed into my mind one last time. "Don't let her take your face." Before I could understand what he meant, her other hand shot forward. Not toward me, but toward my shadow cast on the stone floor. Her fingers closed around the silhouette of my head. A freezing shock ripped through every nerve in my body. My vision blurred. My jaw clenched. A scream clawed at my throat but wouldn't come out. She began lifting my shadow by the head, as if pulling my identity straight out of me. The basement shook violently, stones crumbling, the ceiling caving. Dust choked the air. The boy, fading fast, reached toward me in desperation.
"Go!"
he cried.
"Find the attic. It's where you hid the rest."
My lungs finally unlocked, releasing a raw, ragged sound. I tore myself backward, feeling my shadow snap free of her grip like stretched elastic. Pain seared through my skull as I rolled onto the stairs, dragging myself up the steps on shaking limbs. The basement collapsed behind me. Her howl followed. A sound so hollow and ancient it rattled the roots of the house, and something inside my memory. I didn't stop running until I reached the top step. Only then did I realize I wasn't in the basement anymore. I was in my childhood home again, except this time the attic door stood open, and something waited at the top of the stairs. Not the girl, not the boy, something else. Something that knew exactly what I tried to forget. The attic door gaped open at the top of the narrow staircase, like a mouth frozen mid-breath, its edges trembling as if something inside strained to keep still. The air around it felt wrong, not just cold, but heavy, thick enough to settle on my skin. My legs shook with each step I climbed. The wood groaned beneath my weight, and the sound rose up the stairs as though answering something unseen above. I expected the girl's voice, or the boy's faint whisper, or even the woman's rasp dragging along the walls. But the attic stayed silent, too silent. Silence that didn't wait, it watched. Halfway up the steps, I felt it pressure. A slow push against my chest, like a hand made of air nudging me backward. I gripped the railing, knuckles whitening, fighting the urge to turn around and run. The woman was somewhere below, rising through the ruin of the basement. The boy had faded in her grasp. If I didn't climb now, I would never climb again. The attic was the one place they all avoided, yet the boy insisted the truth waited there. That alone terrified me. What kind of truth scared even the monsters? When I reached the top, a A faint glow shimmered along the floor, dust catching light from no clear source. The attic stretched farther than I remembered from my childhood. Too far. The rafters leaned closer, bending like arms reaching inward. Cobwebs swayed though there was no breeze. A soft ticking echoed somewhere in the shadows, steady and slow, like a tired heart. My eyes adjusted, and dread poured through me. The room held objects that belonged nowhere but my memory. A small wooden dresser missing a handle, my old jacket from second grade, draped over a chair as if I'd tossed it there yesterday. The drawing I made when I was 6, 2 stick figures holding hands, pinned to a beam with a rusted nail. Everything here came from different years of my childhood, pulled together as if the attic scavenged pieces of my past to build something new. Then I saw the corner. A single bulb hung above it, dim but focused, lighting a small, low table. On it sat a mirror, oval, framed in tarnished metal. Edges decorated with flowers warped into twisted shapes. The mirror's surface seemed fogged, but the fog pulsed faintly, alive. Beneath the table lay a scattering of items, a cracked marble, a shoe without laces, a torn photograph curled at the edges. My photograph? I approached slowly, forcing breath into my lungs. Every step closer tightened the air around me until it felt like I moved through water. The attic groaned as though shifting under my weight. When I reached the table, I picked up the photograph with trembling fingers. A boy stood beside me in the picture. The same boy, the same eyes, the same face. My chest clenched. I didn't remember this. I didn't remember him. But the scene in the photograph. 2 children standing on the front porch of the abandoned house. Felt like a bruise pressed too hard. My hands shook so badly the picture slipped from my fingers. It landed face up, the image warping as the mirror flickered. A soft tapping came from behind me. I spun around. Nothing. Another tap, this time from the ceiling. A quick, rhythmic knock, like a child signaling through wood. Then the boy's voice drifted down, faint and strained. She hid me up here before she took me below. My heart lurched painfully. "Where are you?" I called, voice cracking. No answer. Only the slow ticking resumed, louder now, pulsing like it matched my heartbeat. I turned back to the mirror. The fog inside it swirled, shifting in slow loops, but no reflection stared back. Instead, shapes formed. Hands pressing outward from the other side of the glass, palms flattening against the surface as if begging to break through. I stepped closer. The fog parted. A face formed in the mirror. Not the woman, not the girl, not the boy. It was me, but younger, maybe 7 or 8. The same age I must have been the day that photograph was taken. His expression, my expression, was hollow, blank, eyes darkened by something more than fear. "You're late," the reflection whispered, its lips moving out of sync with the voice. "She's almost here." I stumbled backward, nearly knocking over the table. "What did I do?" I whispered. "What happened here?" The young reflection stared through me. "You promised him you wouldn't leave. But you ran. You shut the attic door. You pushed the dresser in front of it. You blocked her out." My stomach twisted. I felt the memory rising like bile. Small hands dragging heavy furniture across the floor, heart racing. Sobs echoing behind me from the other side of the door. But someone was still inside, the reflection said softly. "You didn't check before you hid." I felt the blood drain from my face. "No, you locked him in. You didn't hear him scream because you covered your ears. You told yourself it wasn't real. You told yourself it was the wind. You told yourself she wasn't calling your name." A pulse of cold spread across the attic, sharper than before. The rafters above creaked violently. Dust rained in thick clouds. The young reflection leaned closer, face stretching until the glass bulged outward. "She took him because you left him helpless." A scream rose in my throat, part denial, part recognition, part the kind of fear that breaks something inside. "I didn't know!" I shouted. "You knew enough," the reflection whispered. The mirror cracked. A thin fracture split the surface from top to bottom, and behind it, Behind the broken glass, the woman's face appeared, smiling, watching, waiting. The attic door slammed shut behind me with a thunderous bang. Footsteps creaked across the stairs, slow, heavy, hers. I backed away as the mirror trembled, the cracks spreading like lightning. The reflection faded, fog thickened. Something pressed against the glass from the other side, harder each second. "She's coming up," the boy whispered from the dark corner. His voice quivered. "If she reaches the attic before you remember the rest, she'll take your face. You'll become one of us." My skin crawled. My breath hitched. "Where do I look?" I asked desperately. "For what you hid," he said. "You buried it here." The mirror shattered. A cold wind burst from it, nearly knocking me off my feet. Shards flew outward, slicing tiny cuts along my arms. Darkness poured from the broken frame, spilling across the floor like ink searching for a host. Her voice rose from the stairs. A cruel, scraping whisper, "I found you." The boy cried out,
Hurry! Before she opens the door!
My eyes darted across the attic. Then I saw it, a small wooden panel near the rafters, loose, as if someone pried it open once, long ago, in a panic. The memory slammed into me. I crawled across the floor, hands shaking, darkness chasing my feet. The attic door handle turned. Her fingers curled around the edge, and as I reached the wooden panel, ripping it open, a small skull rolled out, and I remembered everything. The skull hit the floor with a soft, awful sound, rolling until it tapped my knee. I froze, every muscle, every breath locked at once. It was small, too small. Dirt clung to the bone in patches, packed tight in the eye sockets like it had been hidden for years. A faint crack ran along the top, as if something heavy had struck it. When I lifted trembling fingers toward it, the air around me seemed to fold inward, collapsing into a single point of pressure behind my eyes. Memory didn't return. It detonated. I saw the attic as it once was. Not warped, not haunted, not swollen with the weight of whatever lived here now. I saw dust floating in warm afternoon sunlight. Wooden beams untouched by decay. A child's laughter drifting up the stairs while I followed behind him, careful not to step too hard after being told 100 times not to climb up there. We were exploring. We were playing. We were pretending the attic was a secret place just for us. The boy. The same boy who crawled through walls, who grabbed my wrist, who whispered warnings from beneath the earth. He wasn't a stranger. He wasn't a ghost. He wasn't something I forgot because I was young. He was someone I erased. He was my brother. My breath shattered into small pieces as the truth pressed down. The attic warped again, its beams bending like ribs around a heart that never stopped beating. The skull at my knees felt impossibly light, like it belonged to a different world, a world I abandoned. I saw him laughing, holding a wooden soldier, saying, "I'm not scared of the dark attic monsters. You promised you'd keep them away." And I remembered saying, "I always will." But I didn't. The next memory clawed forward. We heard something upstairs, something scraping under the floorboards, something slow and patient. He asked what it was. I told him I didn't know. Then he dared me to follow him. The air grew colder the deeper we went. Dust rose under our steps. A soft voice whispered our names from a corner where the light didn't reach. He stepped toward it. I told him not to. He didn't listen. Then she came out, not fully formed. Not like the woman who tore through the basement wall. Back then she was only a shape, a shadow stretched wrong, a crawling thing with a woman's outline and something far darker behind her half-formed eyes. We ran. He tripped. I reached back for him. My hand brushed his wrist. For a second. Just 1 second. I had him. But she had him too. Her fingers, long and gray, wrapped around his ankle. He screamed. She pulled him toward the dark corner, dragging him across the wood. I held on as long as I could, crying, promising I wouldn't let go. But I did. I let go. He disappeared into that corner. The attic shook. Something cracked. The house seemed to swallow his scream. I bolted for the door. I didn't look back. My steps hit the stairs in frantic bursts. I slammed the attic door. I pushed the dresser in front of it. I kept pushing until his screams muffled into silence. I remembered then my mother finding me hours later, curled at the top of the stairs, shaking too hard to stand. I remembered the police searching, their feet thudding across the boards, their voices echoing in places they didn't understand. They found nothing. No body. No signs of struggle. No attic monster. Just an empty house and a child too broken to tell the truth. My mind buried it. My fear locked it away. The house kept the rest, back in the present. Tears slipped down my face as I stared at the small skull on the attic floor. Behind me, the attic door creaked open. Her hand curled around the wood, nails dragging grooves into it. Her gray fingers wrapped the edge like talons hooking prey. The door swung wider, and her silhouette filled the stairwell. I grabbed the skull without thinking, cradling it tight against my chest. It felt cold enough to sting my palms, but something in its weight, its presence, cut through the choking terror. The woman stepped fully into the attic. She was taller than before. Her neck stretched higher. Her eyes held a glimmer of clarity now, as though the truth strengthening me reshaped her too. She smiled, lips cracking at the edges like dried clay. "You remember," she rasped. "Good. Now give him back." I stumbled backward as she advanced. The attic twisted behind her, walls elongating, shadows sweeping across the floor like spilled ink. The boy's voice whispered from every corner at once, faint but urgent, "Don't let her take me again." Her gaze locked onto the skull in my arms. "He belongs to me," she hissed. "You gave him to me. You left him for me." Every step she took warped the floorboards beneath her feet, bending them downward like soft wax. She reached out her long hand. I clutched the skull closer, holding it like the child I failed to save. "No," I whispered. "He was never yours." Her laugh cracked through the attic like lightning splitting dry air. "Child," she rasped, "everything left in this house becomes mine." Her fingers hovered inches from me. Then a small shape flickered beside me. The boy. Not fully solid, but clear enough that I saw his fear. His hand touched my arm, light, fragile. "You can still save me," he whispered. "But not by running. Not this time." Her eyes widened, teeth bared. "Get away from him!" The attic trembled violently. Dust exploded from the rafters. The walls shook as though the entire house convulsed with rage. She lunged, reaching for both of us with fingers stretched wide. The boy's voice pressed into my mind, urgent and shaking. "Give me what you hid." My breath hitched. "The skull." "No," he whispered. "The rest." My vision blurred. I felt the attic bending again, the world shifting as though my memories and the house tangled into one. Something inside me. Something buried deeper than the attic, deeper than the basement, stirred like a locked door about to open. Her screech shook the air. The attic lights burst. Her hand closed around my shoulder. Cold shot through my body. Pain ignited behind my eyes. The boy grabbed my wrist again. "Hurry," he whispered. "Give it back." "What?" I gasped. "Give what back?" The woman leaned close, her dead eyes glowing with hunger. "Your guilt," she whispered. "Give it to me." The boy whispered over her, louder, "No." "Give it to me." The attic cracked. The house roared. My memories split open like torn cloth. The truth I buried clawed its way out. And I screamed, because I finally knew what else I hid in this room. The scream tore from my throat before the attic even finished twisting around me. It wasn't just fear. It was recognition, jagged and sharp, forcing itself out of the darkest corner of my memory. The house pulsed with it. The beams groaned, the boards bowed, and the air pressed inward like invisible hands, squeezing the breath from my lungs. The woman's grip tightened on my shoulder, her fingers sinking deeper into my skin, with cold so intense it sliced through muscle and bone. The boy clung to my wrist, trembling, flickering, desperate. He whispered. "You finally know." I did. God help me, I did. The truth slammed through me with a weight so crushing, I almost collapsed to the floor. The skull in my hands wasn't the only thing I hid in that attic. I hid myself. The part of me that didn't run. The part of me that tried to save him. The part of me that stayed. It didn't die. It was stolen. And she kept it. She fed on it. She became it. Every ounce of bravery, guilt, love, grief. Everything that made me the older brother he trusted. She tore it out the moment she dragged him into the dark. What I left behind in that attic wasn't just a memory. It was my missing half. The half that could have saved him. The half that should have screamed for help until help came. The half that would never have left him. And the woman wanted it back because she wasn't finished eating it. She leaned closer, eyes glowing faintly in her sunken sockets. A cold smile stretched her cracked lips. "Give him the rest and be empty," she whispered. "You survive by forgetting. Don't start remembering now." Her voice struck something inside me like a hammer hitting exposed nerves. The attic blurred, split, and reformed around her words. I saw myself, small, shaking, running from the corner of the attic where my brother vanished. I saw myself slamming the door. I saw myself pushing the dresser, crying, begging for someone to wake me up. But I also saw something else, something buried under all those years. I saw my brother reaching for me one last time, not screaming, not accusing, reaching, begging me to pull him out as the woman dragged him deeper. My conscience tore in half. He had been reaching for his older brother, and I let him slip away. The woman slammed her free hand onto the floor, claws carving deep grooves in the wood. "He belongs here," she growled. "He belongs to me. You gave him." "No," I whispered, voice shaking. "No, I didn't give him. You stole him. You stole everything," she hissed, a raw, animal sound that shook dust loose from the rafters. The boy stepped between us, though his small frame flickered like smoke ready to scatter. "She's lying," he whispered to me. "She always lies. You didn't give me to her. You didn't choose her. You chose to run." His words struck deeper than hers. Running didn't make me innocent. Running broke us both. The woman lunged, her neck elongating with a sickening snap. But the boy threw up his hands, and for one brief second, he glowed, light rippling off him like heat. The woman recoiled with a shriek, her face contorting in rage. "He's mine," she howled. "He was mine the moment his brother left." The attic tilted violently, the floor shifting beneath my feet, as if the entire house tried to throw me off balance. The mirror fragments skittered across the floor, drawn toward the woman like metal to a magnet. She rose taller, her limbs stretching, her body widening into a shape that filled the whole doorway. The boy's voice trembled. "You need to give me what she stole. The part you buried." "But how?" I gasped, clutching the skull. My hands shook so hard I almost dropped it. I wasn't sure which terrified me more, giving him what I hid, or the possibility of being consumed by her if I didn't. "Look in the dark," the boy whispered. "The place you were too scared to check." The attic buckled again. This time, I knew exactly where he meant. Behind the panel where I found the skull, where dust still drifted like faint breath, another space waited. A deeper recess, a hidden pocket. Not large, but enough to hide something small. Small like a child's keepsake. Small like something ripped from a hand. I crawled toward the panel, dragging the skull with me as the woman's shadow stretched across the floor, fingers unfurling behind me like black vines. She moved slowly now, not because she was weak, but because she knew she didn't need to rush. The attic was her mouth. I was already inside it. My fingers dug into the wooden plank. The boy kneeled beside me, helping pry it open. His hands passed through the wood like smoke, but he still tried. That broke something in me even more. The panel snapped free. Inside the cavity lay a small object wrapped in cloth, a piece of fabric I recognized instantly. My brother's shirt, the one he wore the day he vanished. The one I ripped when I grabbed his arm as she dragged him away. The cloth unfurled, revealing something clenched inside it. A small, delicate jawbone, still connected to two baby teeth. I stopped breathing. My throat closed, my chest hollowed. This wasn't just a piece of a skull. This was the first part of him she took, and I hid it. Not from the world, from myself, because I couldn't face what it meant. The moment I lifted it into the dim attic light, the boy gasped. His flickering form snapped sharper, brighter, almost solid. "That's mine," he whispered. "I can feel it. Give it to me." The woman screamed, so loud it rattled the nails in the walls.
Don't you dare!
Her arm shot forward, claws reaching for my face. The boy grabbed my hand. Now he cried. I pressed the jawbone into his palms. The attic convulsed. Light burst from his small body, wild, blinding, hot like a furnace in the shape of a child's silhouette. The woman reeled back, limbs flailing, letting out a shriek that tore through the air like knives. Her skin cracked, black lines splitting across her arms and chest. Smoke poured from her mouth. The boy screamed too, not in pain, but in release. A sound that shook the dust of decades loose from the rafters. Then the light cleared. He stood before me, not ghostly, not flickering, not fading. Whole. The woman staggered, her body collapsing inward like wet paper. The attic twisted more violently than ever, beams snapping under invisible pressure. She glared at me with hate older than memory. "You think he's complete," she rasped. "You think he's free?" Her grin curled upward, stretching her face into something monstrous. "You haven't given him everything yet." My heart stopped. The boy looked at me with human eyes, sad, knowing. "There's more," he whispered. "The worst part, the part you still won't look at." The woman's shadow crawled toward us again. The attic door cracked in half, and the boy grabbed my hand tighter. "There's one memory left," he said. "The one that broke everything. The one where she became strong enough to take me." The woman screeched and lunged. The attic blew apart in a storm of splintering wood. And I fell, straight into the night it all began. I hit the ground hard enough to drive the breath from my lungs, but the world around me didn't buckle or warp like the attic. It held steady, solid, painfully real. The moment I opened my eyes, cold air rushed into my chest, carrying a familiar scent. Pine trees, damp soil, the faint trace of rain on old wood. I pushed myself upright, blinking through the shock, and the sight before me made my stomach twist. I wasn't in the attic anymore. I wasn't even in a house. I was outside, in the yard of my childhood home, at night. The exact night I'd spent decades trying to pretend never existed. The sky loomed thick with clouds, a pale moon fighting through cracks in their surface. Wind rustled the branches above, whispering through the leaves like voices calling from far away. The porch light flickered weakly, casting an uneven glow that stretched across the grass, and standing near the base of the porch steps, half hidden in the shifting shadows, was a boy. My brother, alive, breathing, whole. He turned when he heard me move, face lighting up with a smile so warm and familiar that pain shot through my chest. That smile, the one I had forgotten, the one I thought I'd never see again, hit me harder than any horror the house ever showed me. "You're late," he said, his voice soft, teasing, exactly as I remembered. "I thought you got scared." I tried to speak, but nothing came out. My throat had locked, strangled by grief and disbelief. He jogged over to me, his small footsteps barely stirring the grass. He didn't flicker. He didn't fade. He didn't look like a memory. He looked real. "You okay?" he asked, tilting his head. "You look weird." A laugh trembled through me, broken and uneven. My hands reached toward him instinctively, but I pulled them back at the last second, terrified of breaking whatever fragile moment had been given back to me. He didn't notice the hesitation. He grabbed my wrist, warm fingers curling around my skin. "Simon," he said, "we have to go now before it gets late. Before it gets late." Those words struck something deep in me, something buried beneath guilt and years of fear. This was the night we went into the house, not the one we lived in. The OTHER house, the one at the far end of the yard, Connected by a path, we carved ourselves through the overgrown bushes. A small, silent structure our parents always said was too old, too dangerous to enter. The one we called the quiet house. Because no matter how loud the wind blew, no matter how many storms shook the neighborhood, that house never made a sound. And that silence always called to us. My brother tugged my arm. "Bring the flashlight," he said. "It's already dark inside. Already dark inside." My skin crawled. I remembered this, the feeling of being watched before we even stepped through the door. The way shadows clung to the walls like they weren't waiting for us. They were hiding from what was deeper inside. The faint whisper of movement above us, invisible but heavy. Every instinct in my young body screamed to turn around, to run back to the porch light, to pretend none of this was happening. Yet we went anyway. Because I wanted to be brave for him. Because he trusted me. Because I loved him. I couldn't stop staring at him now. The way he moved. The way he breathed. The small noises he made when he kicked a stone on the ground. Each detail stabbed me with a truth so cruel I could barely stand it. This was the last version of him before he vanished forever. The version I failed. He looked back, confused. "Aren't you coming?" I swallowed hard. "Do we have to go?" He frowned. "We said we would. You promised." I closed my eyes. "You promised." The echo of that vow had haunted me since the night he disappeared. When I opened my eyes again, the world had shifted slightly. A faint vibration cutting through the ground, almost like footsteps moving far beneath us. The boy didn't sense it. But I did. The house sensed me too. It knew I remembered now. It knew I was reliving the moment it took him. I forced my legs to move. "I'm coming," I whispered. He grinned and took my hand again, pulling me forward with eager excitement. "Let's go before she wakes up." I froze. "What did you say?" He shrugged. "The woman in the attic. The one you told me about. The one who watches kids from the shadows." Blood drained from my face. No, I never told you that," I whispered. He stopped walking, turned toward me, confusion shading his features. "Yeah, you did. You said she whispers to you sometimes. That she calls your name. That you hear her in your room at night." My heart hammered. "I didn't tell you that. I didn't know. But I did know. Just not as a child. Not until yesterday. Not until the house peeled open my memories. The wind picked up, rustling the grass behind us. The boy stepped closer, small fingers tightening around my palm. "Don't be scared," he said softly. "She likes you. She doesn't like me." A chill ripped through me. "Why not?" His lips pressed into a thin line. "Because I'm just extra." "Extra?" He nodded. "She only wanted one of us." My stomach twisted violently. "One of us. She wanted you," he said simply. "She took me because I was with you." My breath caught. The ground trembled again, stronger this time. He looked toward the path leading to the quiet house, his eyes dimming just a little. "We should hurry," he said quietly. "Before she finds us out here, she hates waiting." A voice drifted across the yard. Not loud, not clear, but close, too close. "Little one." My brother didn't hear it. But I did. It slithered through the air, sliding across my skin like ice. My pulse surged. I bent slightly, pulling him behind me. "We're not going," I said quickly. "We're staying here, inside, with Mom." He frowned again. "But you promised." "I know," I whispered, voice cracking. "I know I did. But something's wrong. We can't go in that house." He tugged free of my grip, his jaw tightening.
You said it wasn't real. You said monsters weren't real.
"They are," I whispered. "They are, and I didn't know." I reached for him again. But he stepped back, shaking his head. Hurt glimmered in his eyes. "You promised you wouldn't lie to me." Tears burned my eyes. "I'm not lying. I'm trying to keep you safe." He turned away and started walking toward the quiet house. "No," I breathed. No. I chased after him. But the ground shifted beneath me as though the earth itself rose up to block my path. My legs buckled. My hands scraped the dirt as I tried to crawl forward. Shadows rippled across the grass, lengthening, crawling toward him like fingers reaching from the base of the house. He didn't look back. He didn't run. He just walked, straight toward the house that would take him.
Stoop!
I screamed, but the world warped, the path distorted. Darkness poured from the quiet house door like smoke, and the woman stepped out, her long fingers brushing the ground, her smile stretching wide, waiting for him, for the moment she always wanted to replay, the moment I lost him. The woman stepped from the quiet house as if peeled out of the darkness itself, her movements slow and deliberate, like she was savoring the moment she'd waited years to replay. The wooden doorway behind her warped around her presence, bending inward in submission. Her silhouette stretched long across the grass, broken by jagged angles that made no human sense. The wind died instantly, leaving the world still enough that even my heartbeat seemed too loud. My brother stopped walking when he saw her. He didn't scream. He didn't run. He simply froze, staring at her with the wide, nervous eyes of a child, trying to decide whether the shadow in the corner was real or just imagination. But I already knew the truth. I knew what she was. I knew what she wanted. I knew why she took him then, and why she chased me now. "Stay away from him!" I yelled, forcing myself onto my feet. My legs wobbled, the ground trembling beneath each stride, but I pushed forward anyway. This wasn't a dream or a vision. This was the original moment, the fork in time where the world twisted and everything broke. And I wasn't a helpless child this time. But the world didn't care. The woman lifted her head in a slow, unnatural tilt. Her neck cracked, vertebrae popping like knuckles. Her lips parted in a wide, thin grin stretching too far across her face. She didn't look at my brother. She looked at me, the same way she did that night, the same way she had in every nightmare since. With hunger, with want, with possession. "You came back," she whispered, the sound sliding through the air like a blade dipped in ice. "Good. I lost you once." My brother blinked, confusion flickering across his face. "Why is she talking to you?" he asked. I thought she only followed me. His words gutted me. She hadn't followed him at all. She had followed me. And he had been caught in her path. I reached him slower than I should have. Like the air thickened around my legs. Every step felt heavier, as if hands beneath the soil pulled backward on my ankles. The woman stepped forward, her bare feet sinking slightly into the grass like the earth softened for her passage. "She's coming closer," my brother whispered, voice trembling. "Why isn't she stopping?" "Because she's not here for you," I said, grabbing his shoulders. "She never was." The wind picked up again, not from the sky, but from the quiet house, rushing outward in a cold stream that stole the warmth from my lungs. My brother shivered under my hands. "She sees you," the boy whispered. "She sees the part she didn't finish." "She won't touch you," I said, pulling him behind me. "Not again." The woman's smile twitched at the corners, stretching into something wider, thinner, wronger. "You can't protect him," she crooned. "You never could." Her voice struck, with such weight that the grass around her bent outward in a circle, bowing as if the earth feared to stand tall before her. My brother clutched the back of my shirt, whimpering. "Why is she saying that? Why is she lying?" A tear slipped down my cheek. "She's not lying." His grip loosened. I turned, forcing myself to meet his eyes. "I left you that night. I didn't mean to. I didn't understand. But I ran." His face fell, confusion battling with rising fear. "You said you didn't." "I didn't remember," I choked out. "But I did it. I did run." The woman laughed, a low, throaty rasp that sent a shiver crawling down my spine like a spider. "He remembers," she whispered. "He remembers everything." The ground quaked. Not violently, slowly. A deep tremor rolling beneath us like something enormous shifted under the soil. My brother stumbled, clinging to my arm. "Why did you run?" he asked. I swallowed hard, because I was scared. His eyes filled with tears. "But you said you wouldn't leave." "I know," I whispered. "I know." And that was when the quiet broke. The woman lunged. not toward him, but toward me. Her stride stretched impossibly far, her arms extending like lengths of rope. Her fingers reached for my face, claws aimed with precision, as if she knew exactly where to grab and what to take. I pushed my brother aside just in time. Her hand swept past my cheek, trailing frozen air that burned like frostbite. I stumbled backward, nearly losing my footing. She pivoted instantly, her spine bending sharply as she turned her entire body toward me again. Nothing about her movement resembled something alive. "You ruined my feast," she hissed, stepping forward. "I wanted the rest of you, the part that stayed." She flicked her fingers, and a sharp wind sliced across my vision. The world dimmed around the edges. For a moment, the yard seemed to dissolve, replaced by the dark interior of the attic. I saw the broken panel, the missing jawbone, the skull. Then the world snapped back to the night outside. She was trying to pull me between times, trying to confuse me, trying to weaken me. My brother scrambled to his feet, eyes wide with fear.
Let's run back to the house!
"We can hide. She won't stop," I whispered. The woman's head jerked at an awful angle, focusing on him suddenly. Her grin sharpened. "He's easier to take," she whispered, raising her hand. "No, not again. Not this time." I moved faster than fear, faster than the freeze in my limbs, faster than the doubt crushing my chest. I stepped directly between him and her outstretched fingers, arms spread wide. "You're taking him over me," I shouted. "After all these years, you're still after the wrong child." Her smile faltered, the first crack in her confidence. "You want the part of me you stole," I said. "But he has nothing to do with that." I pointed at her trembling hand. "You didn't drag him into the dark. You dragged me." The world stilled. Her expression contorted, rage twisting her face in jagged lines. "You ran," she hissed. "You ran from me. And he paid the price for it," I said, stepping closer. "I won't let that be true again." The woman shrieked, the sound peeling across the yard like tearing metal. My brother grabbed my shirt again. "What's happening?" "Stay behind me," I whispered. The ground shook harder, the soil splitting in thin cracks beneath her feet. Shadows poured from them like ink, spreading outward in every direction. The woman lifted both hands, and the cracks followed, straight toward my brother. I grabbed him, pulling him close. "Don't look at her," I whispered. "Don't listen to her." The cracks reached us. Shadows crawled over my shoes. The world began to sink around us. Everything shook. Everything split. Everything unraveled. And just before the ground swallowed us whole, a hand grabbed my wrist. Not the woman's. A child's. My brother, the older version. The ghost of him. His flickering eyes met mine with fierce, desperate urgency. "This is where she took me," he whispered. "But this time, you're coming with me." The yard collapsed. The night vanished. And we fell. Into the place under the house where screams never reached the world above. The fall felt endless. No wind, no gravity, no sense of how far or how fast we were dropping. Darkness folded around us in thick layers, swallowing every sound except the thundering beat of my own heart. My brother's hand, his older, ghost-like hand, held mine with a grip far stronger than his small frame suggested, as if he feared losing me again more than he feared whatever waited below. The world stretched and churned until the darkness thinned into a dull, choking gray. Then we hit the ground. I didn't land on dirt. I landed on wood. Cold, uneven planks groaned beneath my weight, shifting slightly as if they were breathing. The air smelled of mildew and rusted metal, thick and stale, so heavy it scraped the inside of my throat. I forced myself upright, blinking through the gloom. A faint glow trembled along the edges of the room, not bright enough to reveal much, but enough to show outlines along the walls. We stood in a narrow corridor beneath the quiet house. The boards above our heads were old, soaked with dark stains that didn't look like water. The corridor stretched in both directions, warped by time or something worse, bending into shadows like a spine twisted out of place. Pale handprints lined the boards, hundreds of them, Small, large, fresh, fading, layered over one another like a crowd of trapped children reached for escape and found none. The boy beside me, my brother's older echo, released my hand, though he stayed close. His eyes flickered with a strange blend of sorrow and fear. "This is where she keeps us," he whispered. A chill crawled down my spine. "Us," he nodded. "All the kids she found. All the ones who followed you." Followed me. His silence said everything. The corridor behind us creaked suddenly, and a single, thin breath drifted from the shadows. Slow, deliberate, almost curious. I whipped around, but nothing moved. Only darkness pressed tighter, as if waiting for permission to come closer. "We have to go before she finds you," my brother whispered. "She's stronger here." The boards under our feet vibrated softly. As though something large shifted below the floor, my pulse kicked into high gear. "Take me where she took you," I said, even though my voice trembled. "Show me the rest." His eyes widened. "If I do, she'll try to finish what she started. She'll take your face, your voice, your place." "I don't care," I said. "I'm not leaving you again." He stared at me with an expression I'd never seen on him. Not as a child, not as a ghost, not even in memory. A look of relief mixed with sadness. The kind of sadness that comes from knowing what it cost someone to say the truth. "She took me," he whispered, "because I was standing where you were supposed to be." The sting of that sentence hit harder than any physical blow the house could deliver. He turned and pointed down the corridor. "This way." We walked slowly, each step answering with a creak that seemed too loud in the confined space. The corridor sloped downward as though sliding deeper into the earth. Strange markings covered the walls, symbols carved into the wood, some deep enough to splinter. They weren't random. They formed repeating shapes, circles crossed by lines, spirals that curled inward. Jagged claw, like patterns that looked etched by something desperate. My brother ran a hand along one set of markings. "These were made by the first ones she took." "First ones," he nodded. "Before us. Before this house. Before Mom bought the property." The thought chilled me. She existed before the house. "She made the house," he whispered. "She builds walls around whatever she claims." A faint whimper echoed from somewhere ahead, bouncing off the walls in strange angles, making it impossible to place. Then another. Then a third. Small voices, child voices, crying in soft, broken waves. My skin prickled. "Who is that?" I whispered. "The one she kept," he said. "Some still remember themselves, some don't. Some only know her voice now." I froze. "How many?" My brother paused. The silence that followed was answer enough. We continued forward until the corridor widened into a circular space supported by bent beams that formed a cage, like ceiling. The faint glow that guided us flickered from lanterns nailed to the walls by rusted spikes. These lanterns didn't burn with fire. They emitted a trembling, pale light that seemed to come from trapped something inside each glass chamber, something that moved when we stepped closer. Then I saw them, faces, pressed against the inside of the lanterns, eyes wide and vacant, mouths frozen mid-scream. The flickering wasn't flame, it was them. My stomach twisted violently. What is this?" My brother looked away. "She puts pieces of them here to weaken the others, to keep us quiet." My breath caught. "You're in there too." He shook his head. "Not anymore. You broke the part she took from me, but she'll try to take it back." Behind the lanterns, faint shadows shifted, small shapes moving like silhouettes of children, drifting in slow, frightened circles. Whispered fragments of half-remembered lullabies floated softly from them, over and over, slightly out of tune. My brother grabbed my sleeve. "We're close." Close to what? The room fell silent, too silent. Then a board creaked behind us. We turned, and she stepped into the room. Her form stretched taller than before, her limbs warped by the cramped ceiling, bending sideways like wet branches forced through narrow spaces. Her eyes gleamed with a pale light reflected from the lanterns. Her smile grew along the length of her face, splitting her skin until thin lines of dark ooze trailed down her chin. "You brought him back to me," she whispered, voice swelling with delight. "You brought yourself." I shoved my brother behind me. This time I didn't hesitate. "You can't have him," I said. Her grin widened until her cheeks nearly tore. "I don't want him," she crooned, stepping closer. "I want you." He was only the doorway. The lanterns dimmed, their trapped faces curling inward as if afraid. Shadows spilled down her arms. Her fingers elongated again. "You kept the best part of yourself hidden in this house," she whispered. "Now give it back." She lunged. My brother screamed, and the lanterns burst, releasing every trapped shadow into the room. Their screams filled the corridor. Their hands clawed at the air. They rushed toward her, toward us, toward everything, and the world vanished into black. The darkness didn't fall like a shadow. It exploded. It crashed into me with a force that felt almost physical, slamming into my chest and knocking me backward as if a wave of icy hands shoved me all at once. The air filled with a deafening rush of screams. Children, dozens of them, maybe more, each cry jagged with terror, pain, and something even worse, recognition. Their voices swarmed together in a churning mass, overlapping until I couldn't tell where one ended and another began. The ground beneath my feet shook with their rising panic, boards vibrating hard enough to splinter. My brother grabbed my wrist with a strength that belied his small frame. His hand flickered like a glitch in reality, solid one moment, half transparent the next.
"Hold on to me!"
he shouted, though the roar of the freed shadows nearly drowned him out. The woman stood at the center of the chaos. The freed voices didn't attack her. They spiraled around her, orbiting in frantic circles. She lifted her face as if savoring them, her cracked smile stretching wider, her eyes rolling back in pleasure. She inhaled sharply, and the nearest shadows froze mid-scream, then surged toward her, pouring into her mouth, her eyes, the cracks in her cheeks. She swallowed their terror like food. My stomach clenched with disgust. "What is she doing?" My brother's voice was raw. "Feeding. She hasn't fed like this since she took me." As she devoured them, her body swelled. Her limbs thickened, her spine arched, her claws sharpened like growing bone. Each absorbed voice added another layer to her grotesque shape, turning her into something far larger, far more horrific than anything I'd seen in the house above. She towered now, nearly scraping the cage, like ceiling as her shadow spread across the floor in a tide of writhing shapes. And then her head snapped toward us. Her eyes glowed bright white. "You made me hungry," she hissed. "You freed them, so bring me more?" She moved with impossible speed. The once crowded room cleared around her as the freed shadows shrank back, whimpering in fear. My brother yanked my arm. "Run!" We bolted down a side corridor, just as her elongated fingers sliced through the air where we stood moments before, leaving deep gouges in the wood. The corridor bent sharply, the boards groaning under our feet as we sprinted. I didn't dare look back, not until a deep, rattling thud shook the walls on either side of us. "She's coming from every direction," my brother gasped. "This place bends for her." The corridor twisted like it hurt him. Wood shifting, walls elongating, the entire space rearranging itself to slow us down. The boards tilted upward until we were running at a slanted angle, each step a battle against gravity. My lungs ached. Sweat stung my eyes. The screams from the liberated shadows echoed behind us, each one bouncing through the wooden tunnels in distorted waves. A heavy thump rolled through the boards beneath our feet, then another, then a third. "She's under us," I whispered. The wood cracked. A long, gray arm shot up through the floor like a spear. I stumbled backward, barely dodging it. Her clawed hand scraped along my shoe, tearing fabric. The grip of the floor beneath us tightened like the house itself tried to hold us in place. Panic clawed up my throat.
"She'll pull us through the floor!"
I shouted. "Not if we keep moving," my brother said, tugging me forward. "Don't slow down. Not even for a second." We sprinted again, the corridor buckling under each of her attempts to break through. Thin cracks raced along the walls, splitting into jagged branches. Splinters rained down. The path started to twist unnaturally again, curling left without warning. We turned the corner and froze. We stood at the mouth of a vast, cavernous room carved beneath the house. The ceiling was low in some places, high in others, warped like a frozen storm cloud. Chains of rusted metal hung from beams overhead, some long enough to drag against the floor. Lanterns. Those same awful lanterns with faces pressed inside, lined the walls in crooked rows, emitting faint, trembling light. But the room's center held the worst sight of all. Children. Dozens. Maybe more. They weren't dead. They weren't alive. They existed in that awful between state. Some transparent, others half-formed, some flickering like failing bulbs. They drifted aimlessly, bumping into chains, brushing against the walls, whimpering in soft, desolate tones. Their faces were blank, like their memories had been scraped clean. My brother swallowed hard. This is where she keeps the ones she drained. Cold seeped into my bones. How many? I whispered. All of them, he said. Everyone who ever wandered into her house. Every kid who believed they heard something calling them. Every kid who tried to be brave. He turned to me, expression hollow. She gets stronger every time one of us tries to escape. A low, throaty chuckle rolled across the room. We both stiffened. She was here. The woman stepped into the chamber from the opposite side. Her massive form filled the doorway, her head nearly brushing the ceiling. Her limbs stretched longer now, as though she had grown from every voice she consumed. Her grin carved deeper into her face. She didn't rush this time. She stalked toward us with slow movements, savoring the fear in the room. You set my children free, she said. Now you will replace them. The drifting children whimpered, scattering away from her shadow. Some curled into corners. Others sank into the floorboards as if trying to hide within the wood. But hiding meant nothing. They were bound to her. We're not yours, I said, stepping in front of my brother. My voice cracked, but I forced it out. You stole us. She tilted her head with an eerie calm. I take what is left behind. Her eyes narrowed. He was left here. My brother trembled behind me. I wasn't left. I was taken. Same thing, she hissed. Her arm stretched toward him. Longer, the clawed hand approaching with obscene reach. I grabbed his wrist, pulling him back, but she was too fast. Her fingers closed around his shoulder. He screamed. The sound tore through me like glass. His shape flickered, breaking apart like shattered light. She began pulling him backward, dragging him through the air, as if gravity didn't apply to him at all. His eyes met mine, full of fear and betrayal, and the awful understanding that she might take him again. Don't let go, he cried. I grabbed him with both hands. Her strength jerked both of us forward. The room shook. The lanterns dimmed. The floor trembled. The children scattered. But I held on. For the first time in my life, I held on. Her teeth clenched. She hissed in frustration, her grip tightening hard enough to crack his shoulder. He screamed again. You cannot save him, she snarled. He belongs to this house. No, I said through gritted teeth. He belongs to Mamie. I pulled with everything I had. She pulled harder. Our bodies strained in opposite directions. My muscles burning, joints aching, vision blurring. The air between us crackled with something electric, something ancient. This wasn't a battle of strength. It was a battle of memory, identity.
Blood. You gave in to me,
She roared.
I was a child!
I shouted.
And y'all ito me!
The scream echoed through the chamber, loud enough to shake dust from the rafters. Her eyes widened. My brother's flickering steadied. The ground cracked beneath us, lines splitting wide like open wounds. Then a sound rose, a collective whisper. The lost children, all of them. Their voices surrounded us. He didn't leave on purpose. He was scared. He didn't know. He didn't understand. He was just a kid. Their voices swelled. The woman staggered. Her grip loosened. My brother slipped from her claws, and collapsed into my arms. But she wasn't done, not even close. She reared back with a screech so piercing it split the hanging lanterns, shattering glass in a rain of flickering shards. Her limbs spread wide, her shadow rising behind her like a tidal wave. The children screamed. My brother clung to me, and she lunged, this time not for him, but for me. She lunged with a force that bent the air around her, a blur of claws and stretched limbs. Her shriek tearing through the underground chamber, so violently the lanterns flickered and dimmed. Every drifting child in the room cowered, shrinking into corners, trembling beneath her shadow, as if they'd lived this moment countless times before. She wasn't reaching for my brother anymore. Her hunger had shifted entirely to me, the one piece she never finished consuming. I shoved my brother behind me, though my body screamed from the strain of moments earlier. His fingers clutched the back of my shirt, shaking, but he didn't try to run. The children around us whimpered as her claws sliced through the air inches from my face. I ducked, the cold rush of her passing like being scraped by winter itself. The floor groaned beneath her as she landed, wood bending inward where her weight struck. The chamber answered her movement. Beams shuddered. Chains rattled overhead. A low rumbling vibrated the ground, as though the entire house above us stirred at her command. The children swirled away, scattering like leaves caught in a storm. Only my brother stayed, clinging to me as the woman rose again, her silhouette doubling in size as shadows clung to her limbs like loyal servants. Her grin snapped wider. "You kept the sweetest piece," she whispered, tilting her head as her neck cracked. "The part of you that never moved on." "Stay back," I warned, though my voice shook. She ignored the threat. "When you ran that night, you left something behind. A flavor I have not tasted in years." Her fingers spread, long as blades. "Your fear, your guilt, your promise." She stepped closer. I stepped back. The ground shifted under me, boards giving way just slightly, as if testing how much weight they could endure before collapsing. My brother gripped my arm tighter. "She wants the piece you locked away," he whispered. "The piece you buried to survive." A hollow pain bloomed in my chest. "I don't know how to give it to you." "You do," he said softly. "You just don't want to." The woman slammed a hand down onto the floor, claws digging deep grooves into the boards. The vibration rolled through my legs, nearly knocking me off balance. She crawled toward me now, deliberately slow, savoring the fear rising in the room. Her joints bent at impossible angles, each movement accompanied by a sickening pop. "Children who bury their guilt," she said, dragging a claw across the floor. "Taste richer when they're grown." My brother pressed closer. "She fed on the part of you that stayed with me. You kept the rest hidden from her. That's why she's starving. So this was why she haunted me. Why she whispered my name. Why she chased me through memories. Why she wanted my face. Not because she wanted another child. Because she wanted the part of me she didn't finish eating. And she wanted to finish the meal." The air thickened as she pulled herself upright, towering above us. She lifted one hand slowly, almost gently, as though preparing to pluck something delicate from a shelf. "Give it to me," she breathed. "Let me finish what you started." The chamber trembled again, boards splitting beneath her feet. I backed toward the far wall, dragging my brother with me. The children watched from the shadows, eyes wide but empty, as if waiting for the outcome of a story they already knew the ending to. Chains above swayed like pendulums, swinging low enough to brush my head. My brother tugged my arm. "You have to remember one last thing." "I've remembered enough," I said through clenched teeth. "I know what happened. I know why she took you. I know I ran." "That's not the last part," he whispered, voice cracking. "You didn't just run." His eyes filled with something deeper than fear. "You shut the attic door before you ran." I froze. The words hit me like a blow to the ribs. I didn't." "You did," he whispered. "She wasn't dragging me. I was still free. I had almost reached you. But you were scared. You thought she was right behind you. The memory surged up violently, my small hands shaking, my heart pounding. My brother's shadow stretching behind me as he ran. But I didn't see her behind him. I never saw her behind him. I slammed the attic door because I thought she was behind me. The guilt hit so hard my knees buckled. My brother placed a small hand on my cheek. You didn't leave me because you didn't love me. You left me because you thought she had you. The last missing feeling, invisible all these years, slid into place. She didn't take him from me. She took him instead of me, because I hid. And that truth, that final, unspoken truth, was the piece I'd buried deeper than any bone. The woman knew I remembered, her eyes lit with victory. There it is, she whispered, the part you buried. The part that tastes the sweetest, she lunged. Her entire body twisted into a streak of gray limbs and jagged teeth, hurtling toward us like a storm collapsing into a single point. The air cracked. Chains snapped. Children screamed. I didn't shield myself. For the first time in my life, I stepped in front of my brother on purpose. My chest opened with a burning weight, a truth finally breaking free.
I did leave yo!
I shouted at the top of my lungs.
I did slam ti do! I did an antelope!
The confession tore at my throat as it left me, raw, ugly, real.
And I've lived with it every day!
The woman froze mid-lunge. Her limbs twitched. Her body shuddered. She let out a sound, a shrill, furious cry, not of triumph, but pain. The truth hurt her. My brother squeezed my hand. Give it to me, he whispered. Give me the part you hid. The guilt. The shame. The memory of the attic door slamming shut. I turned to him. He looked so small, so hopeful, so broken, and I placed the last missing piece, my buried truth, into his waiting hands. Light exploded outward. The chamber cracked apart. The woman screamed, a sound of something ancient being ripped from its roots, and the entire house roared. The chamber split apart like a living thing forced to shed its skin. Boards tore upward, cracking in jagged lines that shot toward the ceiling. Lantern glass burst in showers of trembling shards, each shard drifting upward instead of falling, as if the explosion reversed gravity. The children's shadows scattered, streaks of dim silhouettes racing along the walls before dissolving into the rising storm of light twisting through the room. At the center of it all stood my brother, his small hands cupped around the truth I had finally surrendered. My guilt, my grief, the memory I had buried so deep it nearly devoured us both. The light pouring from him was blinding, yet not harsh. It felt warm, real, thundering with everything I had refused to face for decades. His flickering form steadied, every part of him alive with a glow that came from inside, bright enough to push shadows back and make the chamber seem smaller around him. The woman writhed in the radiance. Her limbs jerked in violent spasms, her elongated fingers curling inward, as if the light burned her from within. Her mouth stretched wide in a scream that shook dust from the rafters, but now her cry carried something new, fear. She clawed at her own skin, black veins bulging beneath gray flesh, her twisted silhouette shrinking with each pulse of brightness. My brother lifted his head. His eyes, no longer hollow, no longer full of that frightened haze, shined with something clear and steady. He looked like himself again. Not the ghost that had followed me, not the echo trapped in walls, but the boy I remembered from the last real day we had together. The boy who trusted me. The boy who loved me. He extended one trembling hand toward me. Come closer, he said softly. I approached, knees weak, chest tight. The floorboards under my feet hummed as though reacting to the shift inside him. The fallen chains along the walls rattled, lifting slightly from the ground as if pulled by the glow surrounding him. For the first time since this nightmare began, I felt something unfamiliar, a small, fragile sense of safety. She can't touch you while I hold this part, he whispered, his voice steady though the chamber shook with the woman's enraged screams. She can't twist it anymore. The woman lunged at him, her limbs still long, but faltering. Light struck her before she could reach him. It hit her chest and spread like fire across dry paper, ripping through her shape with crackling lines that burned from inside out. She recoiled, screeching, her once monstrous figure shrinking into something pitiful and incomplete.
You were mine!
She shrieked, clutching her head as though it were splitting open.
You were bewitched mine!
My brother shook his head. You never had us. You only kept the broken pieces. The children gathered around us, not solid, but visible, their forms clear enough to show faces once erased. They weren't lost anymore. They weren't empty. The glow from my brother touched them, and each face lifted as if waking from a long, heavy sleep. Some cried softly. Some looked around with wide, stunned eyes. Some reached toward me or toward him, not in fear but in recognition. The woman's body cracked again, her voice dropping into a guttural snarl. They belong to me, she hissed. You will stay with me. She pushed herself upright, trembling like an injured animal. Her arms stretched again, fingers clawing at the air, but they trembled too violently to hold shape. The cracks across her skin grew wider, dark liquid seeping through them in thin streams. My brother turned toward her, raising the glowing piece cupped in his hands. My truth, my guilt, the moment I shut the attic door. The light inside it pulsed, brighter with each breath he took. You want this? He asked quietly. She snarled, stumbling toward him. Give it to me. He shook his head. No. The word struck with the force of a hammer. She staggered back, as if the sound itself hit her. You can't feed on this anymore, he said. You can't keep us. The chamber roared in protest. The walls shook. Boards split open. Chains snapped and flung themselves wildly. The floor buckled and heaved as though the entire space fought against his words. My brother stepped forward despite the shaking, holding the piece of light against his chest. This never belonged to you. Her scream cut the air like a jagged blade. She hurled herself forward. This time, she raced not like a creeping horror, but like a wounded predator, desperate, wild, unhinged. Her limbs flailed, distorted, half melted by the light. Her claws lashed out with a sound like tearing metal. Children scattered. The chamber fell into chaos. I reached out instinctively, grabbing my brother's shoulder. She reached too. But the light answered faster. A burst of brilliance exploded around him, shattering the darkness in every corner. The sound was like thunder cracking open inside my skull. Wind surged outward in a violent wave, flinging chains into the walls, snapping ancient beams in half. The woman's body slammed into the ground, twisted and convulsing. She shrank. Her limbs contracted. Her neck bent inward. Her claws blunted into shaking, shrunken hands. Her monstrous form peeled away, revealing something small inside a human frame curled on the floor, trembling violently, her breath ragged and shallow. Not a beast, not a demon. A person. A woman. Gown. Pale. Eyes sunken. Skin stretched thin over bone. My heart hammered. Who is she? My brother squeezed my hand. Someone who was trapped before us. The woman lifted her head. Her eyes glistened with something almost human. Pain, exhaustion. A longing twisted into something monstrous over years of feeding on lost children. You weren't supposed to remember, she croaked, voice thin and broken. You weren't supposed to come back. She reached for me again. Not with claws, but with trembling, fragile fingers. Please, don't leave me alone. Her plea cut deeper than any threat ever had. I stepped back, unable to speak. My brother closed his hand around the light in his palm. It's over, he whispered. And the woman began to fade. First her arms, then her shoulders, then her hollow face, melting into the floor like water seeping into dry earth. The children watched in stunned silence. The chamber calmed. The darkness stilled. My brother turned to me, but the light in his chest dimmed, faint cracks running through it. My heart dropped. What's happening? I whispered. He gave a small, sad smile. You gave me what you hid, he said softly. Now I need to give something back. Before I could reach for him, his body flickered, and the chamber shook again. Not from her this time, but from something else waking in the depths below. The ground shook with a force that felt nothing like the woman's earlier rage. This tremor had weight, ancient, deliberate, methodical, as if something enormous beneath the boards had just inhaled for the first time in years. Dust drifted from the ceiling in thick spirals. Chains rattled overhead in long, uneven sways. The drifting children stiffened, their hollow eyes turning downward in silent terror. Even the fading figure of the woman, the frail human shape she had become, looked toward the floor with sudden panic, her expression cracking open in a way I had never seen. "No," she whispered, her voice thin as paper. No, he can't wake now. Not yet." My brother flickered beside me, his fading outline bending under the shockwave. "We need to move," he said. But he didn't sound afraid. He sounded resigned, like this moment was one he had expected all along. I grabbed his arm. "What's down there? What's waking up?" The woman clawed at the boards beneath her with frantic, bloody fingertips. "Don't let it open," she rasped. "Don't let him out. I only wanted to keep him quiet." My skin crawled. "You weren't the one in control." She shook her head violently, her form unraveling in wisps of gray. "You think I made this house. I was just the first one it caught. I tried to warn the others. Tried to take enough to keep him sleeping. But you freed too much." The floor buckled upward. Then, again. A pulse, like a heartbeat. Slow, heavy, each thud shaking splinters loose. My brother pulled me back as jagged cracks shot across the chamber, splitting the boards in long, splintering veins that glowed faintly from within like thin lines of molten light beneath the wood. "Stop it," the woman shrieked, pounding her fists against the boards.
You promised to stay quiet.
"You promised!" The floor exploded. Wood erupted in a violent burst, flinging her backward in a spray of broken planks. The children screamed as they scattered, their forms streaking along the walls like frightened echoes. A rush of cold wind roared upward, carrying with it a stench so foul and ancient it felt alive. Rot, wet earth, and something metallic beneath it. The hole in the floor yawned wide. Blackness churned below like a living pit. But this wasn't empty darkness. Something moved, slowly, enormously. My brother yanked me back, dragging me toward the far wall. He's waking. The house used her to keep him fed, but now a hand emerged, huge, gray, twisted like roots torn from the earth. Its fingers were thick and long, nails broken and jagged, each movement accompanied by a deep groan of straining wood. The hand gripped the edge of the hole, crushing boards into splinters. Another hand followed, hauling something upward with unbearable slowness. "What is that?" I breathed, voice cracking. My brother swallowed hard, the one who whispers from underneath. The woman backed away, shaking her head violently, tears carving dirty streaks down her face.
Don't come for me!
"Not again, not after all I did." A voice rose from the pit, deep, rumbling, not human. "Hungry." The word rolled across the chamber like thunder pressed through broken stone. The sound vibrated the walls until cracks ran along every surface. The woman screamed.
I kept you fed. I took what you wanted.
But the thing climbing upward didn't care. It kept rising. A massive head emerged, bald, twisted, its features warped into a grotesque blend of human and something far older. The skin sagged over thick bone. Empty eye sockets stared outward, blackened holes filled with swarming movement beneath the surface. Its jaw hung slightly open, revealing rows of teeth so irregular they seemed arranged by chance rather than nature. My legs nearly gave out. This wasn't a spirit. This wasn't a ghost. This was the house's original inhabitant, the reason the walls whispered, the reason the attic door closed itself, the reason children disappeared long before my brother ever came here. The woman stumbled backward, shaking violently.
I kept you alive! You needed me!
The creature lifted its head. Its mouth expanded into a slow, unnatural stretch. Halangarwai. The wind from its breath rolled across the chamber, heavy and damp, filled with the sound of distant wailing buried beneath layers of dirt. The drifting children shrank against the walls, covering their ears. My brother stepped between me and the monster, even as his form flickered faster. He isn't here for her. The woman's eyes widened in terror. No, don't you dare, he's mine. My brother shook his head. He wants the one with the living guilt. My throat tightened. He wants you, my brother whispered. The creature dragged itself higher, boards snapping under its massive weight. Its empty eyes fixed directly on me, though it shouldn't have been able to see. And yet I felt it seeing everything. My fear, my guilt, the years I pretended nothing happened, the buried truth that fed the house. The creature opened its mouth wider, not to speak, to devour. I stumbled backward, but there was nowhere to run. The children's forms merged around the edges of the room, sealing every exit. They weren't blocking me out of malice. They were blocking me out of fear. My brother grabbed both of my hands. I need you to listen, he said, trembling. You gave me your guilt, but you didn't take back what you left here. I don't understand, I cried. What did I leave? He swallowed. Your courage. The word hit me like a punch. I gasped. What? You hid it the night you shut the attic door, he said. You locked it away. And as long as you don't claim it, he feeds on what's left. The creature roared, its voice so powerful the chamber collapsed inward an inch. Dust poured from the ceiling. Chains snapped. The children screamed beneath the thunder of its hunger. My brother leaned in close, voice shaking. You need to take back what you buried. How? I asked, panic rising fast. He lifted one shaking hand and pointed behind me, toward a dark corner of the chamber I hadn't noticed until now. A corner shaped exactly like a doorway. A crooked, half-formed door made of rotten boards, nailed together haphazardly. It pulsed softly like a heartbeat, like something inside it waited for me. The attic door, I whispered. My brother nodded. The piece of you trapped here since that night is behind it. If you open it, he can't feed on you anymore. The creature screamed again. A violent, world-shaking howl that shook the very ground beneath us. My brother pushed me forward with all his fading strength.
Go, before he reaches you!
I ran toward the door. Behind me, the creature hauled its whole torso out of the hole, its massive arms stretching across the chamber floor. The woman shrieked and ran, but he ignored her. He was coming for me. My brother called out one last time, "Don't just open that door."
Pull your younger self out!
The breath left my lungs. The creature thundered closer. The chamber shook itself apart, and as I reached the door, my own small voice whispered from behind it, "Please, let me out." The voice froze me in place so completely, I almost forgot the monster dragging itself across the broken chamber behind me. It wasn't the boy who followed me through the walls. It wasn't the child-shaped echo she had twisted for years. It wasn't some ghostly imitation trapped in lantern glass. It was me. My own voice, small and trembling, drifting from behind the crooked door, as if it had been waiting decades for my hand to rest on its handle. I pressed my palm to the rotten wood. The door pulsed under my skin like something inside it breathed. The boards were cold, so cold the chill seeped up my arm and into my chest. Behind me, the creature clawed across the floor, dragging its massive weight through splintered boards. Each movement sent shudders up the walls. The children scattered high into the rafters, drifting like frightened moths trying to stay above rising fire. My brother, flickering more violently now, as if my hesitation drained his strength, lifted both hands toward me.
Open it! He shouted. He's coming!
The creature let out a groan that sounded more like earth grinding against stone. Its enormous fingers dug into the floor, splintering beams. The room reeked of damp dirt and rotted flesh. Hot breath rolled over my back, pushing the air forward in sticky waves. Still, I didn't move. I couldn't, because the voice behind the door whispered again, softer, more pleading than before. "I'm scared, please. Don't leave me again." My vision blurred. My fingers trembled against the wood. That voice wasn't just a memory. It was the part of me that froze the night everything fell apart. The part that crouched behind the attic door, too terrified to move, hearing my brother scream but unable to open the door again. The part I swore never existed. The piece of me I refused to acknowledge because I didn't want to accept what I had done. He hadn't faded. He hadn't disappeared. I left him behind. In this house. In this place beneath it. Locked in the dark behind a door I never opened again. Please, as the small voice whimpered, "It's cold. I don't want to be here." My breath broke in my throat. I grabbed the door handle. It burned. Not with heat. This burn cut deeper. Like it reached straight into old wounds I never let heal. Every fear I had avoided for years pressed through that handle, squeezing into my bones. My younger self wasn't hiding from the monster. He was hiding from me. From what I became. From what I ran from. Behind me, the creature roared again and slammed one giant hand into the floor, sending a shockwave through the chamber. I staggered, nearly losing my grip on the door. Boards exploded beneath its weight. Chains hanging from the ceiling whipped violently as if caught in a tornado's pull. My brother's voice rose in panic.
"He's going to reach you!"
"Open it now." But the voice behind the door whispered one last thing, the smallest, softest sound, and my knees buckled beneath it. "I forgive you." The words shattered me. Tears blurred my vision. My breathing broke. Every piece of guilt I'd held onto since childhood cracked open. Inside that tiny sentence was something I had never given myself permission to stop running. I threw my weight into the door and ripped it open. Light, brighter than anything in the chamber so far, exploded outward. It wasn't warm or comforting. It was raw, sharp, and full of everything I spent years burying: terror, shame, loss, love, regret. The air shook as the glow surged into every corner, slicing through shadows like a blade. My younger self sat curled on the floor, inside the small space, knees pulled to his chest, arms wrapped around them. His cheeks were streaked with dried tears. His tiny body trembled as though he had been trapped here since the night everything broke. He lifted his head slowly, eyes wide and afraid. He looked exactly as I had moments before I ran that night. I knelt down, heart pounding so loud it drowned the monster's approach. "Hey," I whispered, reaching out with shaking hands. "I'm here." He flinched. My chest tightened. "It's okay," I said, voice breaking. "I'm not leaving this time." His tiny fingers loosened from their grip on his knees. Behind me, the creature roared, the sound so loud the chamber walls bowed inward. Its massive hand slammed down again, this time only a few feet away. Splinters burst across my back. The floor groaned under its weight, as if about to collapse entirely. My brother shouted through the chaos, "Pull him out! If he stays in there, the monster will take both of you!" I held my younger self's trembling hand. It felt warm. It felt real. "Come with me," I whispered. "You don't have to be scared anymore." He stared at me, searching, studying, uncertain, then slowly reached forward. His fingers slipped into mine, small and fragile. But the moment our hands fully connected, the room changed. A pulse shot through the chamber. Light burst out of our joined hands, stretching upward like a beacon. The creature recoiled, shielding its empty eye sockets as if blinded. Its roar shifted from hunger to rage, then to something almost like fear. The children's silhouettes brightened, their shapes sharpening. My brother stepped closer, his fading form stabilizing as the light spread. "You're taking yourself back," he whispered. "All of you." The boy in my arms leaned against me, his small forehead pressing into my chest. The warmth of him spread outward, rising into my limbs, pushing back every bit of darkness that had clung to me since the attic door slammed shut all those years ago. But the creature wasn't finished. It surged forward one last time, pushing through the radiant burst, its massive claws reaching for us with violent desperation. "Give him back," it roared. The floor buckled. The walls split. The ceiling cracked open as the monster lunged. But I stood. For the first time in my life, I didn't run. I held my younger self tight against me. "I'm not giving him to you," I said, my voice steady, rising over the chaos. "Not anymore." The creature screamed. The chamber exploded in white light, and the house finally began to break. The white light swallowed everything. Walls, chains, broken boards, the drifting forms of lost children, blurring the world into a single blinding rush that felt like standing in the center of a storm made from every memory I had ever locked away. The force of it lifted me off the ground, tearing my feet from the shaking floor. My younger self clung to me tightly, his small arms wrapped around my ribs with a strength born of fear and desperate hope. His warmth sank into my chest, stitching together pieces of myself that had been scattered for years. The monster's roar pierced the light, a deep, ragged sound full of rage and something older, something wounded. Its limbs thrashed against the brightness, clawing at the air as though trying to extinguish it. Each swipe only shrank its massive shape further, peeling away layers of shadow like strips of rotted skin. Its bulk trembled, jerked again. The house groaned with it, beams snapping in sharp cracks overhead, dust raining down in choking waves. But I didn't let go. Not of my younger self, not of the truth, not of anything. The light grew hotter around us, not burning but brightening in a way that felt cleansing, peeling back years of fear, coating the chamber in warmth it had never known. My younger self lifted his head from my chest, his small face glowing faintly as if the light came from him and not the air around us. His eyes, wide, innocent, filled with a love I had forgotten, met mine. "You came back for me," he whispered. My throat tightened. "I never should have left." He nodded slowly. I waited a long time. The monster let out another furious scream, crawling forward despite shrinking with every inch. Its empty eye sockets flared with swirling darkness, but the light carved through it. Each time it lunged, another chunk of its body fell away, collapsing into ash, like dust that floated upward before dissolving. Still it pushed. Still it reached for me, for the boy I held, for the piece of me it believed belonged to this house. Behind the creature, I saw the woman, the frail human shape that had once worn the monster's face. She knelt near the broken boards, her thin shoulders shaking. She wasn't screaming anymore. She wasn't fighting. She was crying, soft, heartbroken sobs muffled by her hands. The light didn't hurt her. It passed around her like she wasn't part of this final battle. Maybe she wasn't. Maybe she was just another victim, twisted until she resembled the thing that controlled her. My brother, still flickering but brighter than before, stood to my right, arms raised as if bracing the light with his small body. The chains above him swung violently, scraping against beams that trembled but no longer seemed ready to collapse. "You need to let him in," he shouted over the roar. I held my younger self closer. I already did. "No," he said, voice cracking, "not just him. Me too. Everything. You need to take all of us with you." The words hit me like another shockwave. The drifting children had gathered around, their silhouettes, some faint, some almost solid, stood shoulder to shoulder in a circle around us. They weren't trembling now. They weren't cowering. Their faces no longer looked empty. The light touched them gently, brushing their outlines with golden softness. They watched with calm, hopeful eyes, waiting for something, waiting for release, waiting for freedom, waiting for me. Tears stung my eyes. What do I do? My brother stepped closer, placing one hand over mine where I held the younger version of myself. "Forgive them," he whispered. "Forgive her. Forgive me." His voice softened. "Forgive yourself." The monster lunged a final time, but I didn't look at it. I closed my eyes, pulled my younger self tight against me, and whispered the words I needed to say more than I ever understood. "I'm sorry." The moment the words left my throat, the light surged forward with violent, overwhelming force, so bright it washed the world clean. The monster's roar shattered mid-cry, turning into a whimper before collapsing entirely. Its massive body folded inward, collapsing like a dying star until nothing remained but a dim puff of dust that vanished into the glow. The chamber fell completely silent. Then the ground beneath our feet stopped shaking. The chains above stopped rattling. The breath of the house, the awful, hungry breathing that had echoed through every wall since the night I was a child, stopped. It was dead. All of it. When the light faded from its brightest peak, I opened my eyes slowly. The chamber stood still. No trembling. No cracks widening. No shadows creeping. All that remained was a soft, warm glow that filled every corner, almost like dawn spilling through a window after a long night. My younger self sat beside me, no longer shaking. My brother stood in front of us, his outline steady, his form fully visible for the first time. He looked exactly as he should have grown into. Not a ghost, not a flicker, not a lost child drifting through walls. A teenager, maybe even older. He smiled at me gently. "You did it," he said. My voice cracked. Are you whole now?" He nodded. "Because you are." Behind him, the children's forms shimmered. One by one, their outlines sparkled, brightened, then lifted slowly upward like soft lanterns rising into the sky. They didn't scream. They didn't cry. They were peaceful, released. The woman watched them go, tears still streaming down her pale cheeks. When she looked at me, her expression wasn't angry or twisted. It was grateful. "I'm sorry," she whispered. Then she, too, faded into a soft trail of light, drifting upward like dust caught in sunlight. My brother turned back to me. "You're going to wake up now," he said. "In the real house. The monster is gone, but the house will remember you, just like you remember it." My chest tightened. "Will I see you again?" He knelt, placing a warm hand on my shoulder. "I never left, remember? I was the part of you locked away. And now I'm back where I belong." I looked down at my younger self. He smiled too. "When you wake up," he whispered, "you'll be all of us." The light around us pulsed once more. The floor beneath me dissolved. The chamber vanished, and the world pulled me upward, toward a place I hadn't stood in years, the real attic. Quiet. Still. Waiting. My eyes opened into stillness, so complete it felt unreal after the tearing chaos beneath the quiet house. The light faded gently, leaving behind dim morning gray that rested over everything. I was lying on the wooden boards of the attic. The real attic, not the warped nightmare version the house had twisted into for years. Dust floated lazily in soft beams that slipped through tiny cracks in the roof. The air carried none of the heavy, suffocating chill I remembered. It was dry, calm, almost warm. For a moment, I didn't move. I felt different, fuller, as though the hollow space in my chest, the one I had ignored for years, had finally closed. My breath came smooth and even, not tight or shaky. The silence felt natural, not foreboding. The house didn't press in around me like before. It simply existed. An old structure in the morning light, no longer hungry, no longer watching. I pushed myself upright. My palms pressed against solid wood, real wood. Not the living, groaning thing it had been in the nightmare world below. The boards didn't shift beneath me. They didn't pulse with unseen movement. They just creaked like old boards creak. When I stood fully, the attic felt smaller than I remembered, as if the place had shrunk back to its true shape after letting go of the creature that corrupted it. The corners weren't stretched impossibly far. The ceiling didn't bend inward. Even the shadows felt genuine, simple absence of light, nothing more. I turned slowly, half expecting to see my brother or my younger self standing behind me, but the attic was empty. Pain hit me, sharp and sudden, though not the same crushing weight I carried for years. This pain felt clean, like something healing rather than something tearing open. "They're part of you now," I whispered to myself. "They're not gone." The truth settled over me gently. My brother wasn't supposed to appear in this attic as a ghost anymore. He wasn't trapped in walls or drifting through rooms. He wasn't waiting behind broken memories. He was simply with me. In me. Not haunting, resting. I stepped toward the loose panel where I had once found the skull and the jawbone. The wood looked untouched now, as though no one had ever pried it open. I placed a hand on it anyway, feeling the faint grain beneath my fingertips. No cold crept through. No whisper echoed. The house was no longer holding anything. "Thank you," I said quietly, though I wasn't sure if I spoke to the house, my brother, or myself. Maybe all three. I made my way down the attic stairs, wincing at how stiff my legs felt. The house was silent as I descended, not the old, eerie stillness that made every sound feel amplified, but ordinary quiet, calm. A quiet that belonged to an empty building, not a living nightmare. The hallway greeted me with sunlight stretching across the floor. The smell of old wallpaper and dust lingered, but it felt familiar rather than threatening. I touched the wall as I passed. It no longer pulsed. It didn't breathe. It didn't flinch. The woman who once haunted these halls, distorted by something far beneath her, was gone. The monster that fed on guilt and memories was gone. The shadows that whispered in the corners were gone. Only the house remained, and it felt older than ever, tired. Like it needed the peace just as much as I did. My footsteps were the only sound in the hall as I followed the faint sunlight toward the kitchen. I moved slowly, taking in each detail with a mixture of nostalgia and wakeful clarity. The peeling paint. The smell of the old floorboards. The faint draft slipping under the back door. Everything was grounded, dull, harmless. It didn't match the twisted labyrinth it had become under fear and memory. It was just a house. But when I entered the kitchen, I froze. The back door stood cracked open, a thin line of morning air spilling through. A low breeze shifted the faded curtains. Outside, the yard was exactly as it should be. Overgrown grass, the familiar tree leaning slightly from old storms. The quiet house standing far across the property. Except the quiet house looked wrong. Not monstrous, not shifting, just old and collapsing. Its roof sagged heavily. One of the windows was shattered. Vines climbed its frame. It looked like a place untouched for years. Not the living nightmare I'd entered hours ago, or minutes, or a lifetime. But as I stared at it, a prickling sensation crept up my arms. Not fear, but familiarity. The quiet house wasn't twisted anymore. It wasn't infused with something ancient. It wasn't hiding a beast beneath its floorboards. It was simply an abandoned shed on forgotten land. Yet I wasn't drawn to it with dread this time. I was drawn to it because something waited. Not danger, completion. A faint whisper touched the back of my mind. Not the monster, not the woman, not the haunting echo of the house. My brother. "Come outside," he whispered gently. "There's one last thing you need to see." Tears pricked my eyes, not from grief, not from fear, but from a strange, grounded warmth. I stepped out onto the porch. The boards didn't creak ominously. They creaked like tired wood. The morning air touched my face, cool and refreshing. And there, standing near the tree, was a small figure. My younger self, not frightened, not crying, not curled behind a door. He stood calmly in the grass, hands at his sides, head tilted slightly as if waiting for me to notice him. I walked toward him slowly. My breath caught. He smiled. Not wide, not forced, just a gentle, steady smile. "I'm ready," he said softly. My throat tightened. Ready for what? He lifted his hand. To go. The breeze carried his words away into the morning air. The quiet house stood behind him, quiet for the first time. He stepped forward. So did I. And the world held its breath. He stood there beneath the leaning tree, my younger self, waiting in the morning calm as if the entire nightmare beneath the quiet house had never existed. Dew clung to the grass around his feet, shimmering faintly as sunlight crept over the property. The breeze rustled the branches above us in a gentle sway. Nothing about the scene matched the terror of the night before, yet the weight inside my chest told me this moment mattered more than all of it. This was the final piece, the moment everything led toward, even if I hadn't understood it until now. I took slow steps across the yard, unsure whether I was afraid to reach him or afraid he might vanish before I did. With each step I took, the younger version of me remained perfectly still, only his loose hair shifting slightly with the breeze. He didn't look haunted or hollow anymore. There was no tremble in his small hands, no fear clenching his jaw. He looked steady, present, as if he finally understood his place in this story. When I reached him, I knelt down slightly so I could meet his eyes. They were the same eyes I remembered from the night everything broke. Wide, soft, too fragile for the weight they carried. But now they held something else: acceptance. "I didn't think I'd ever see you again," I whispered. "You weren't supposed to," he said gently. "Not until you were ready." My throat thickened. Ready for what? He looked past me toward the quiet house. Its warped walls and leaning frame appeared almost fragile in daylight, more like a shack on the verge of collapse than the breathing horror it once was. Even from here, I could see the broken boards, the rusted hinges, the vines pushing through its seams. It looked smaller, stripped of the force that once lived inside it. "For goodbye," he said. The word hit me harder than any scream from the house ever had. I swallowed. "I don't want to let you go." He nodded softly, as if he had expected that. "But you don't need me anymore." My breath caught. "I needed you my whole life." "No," he said, stepping closer. "You needed to remember me, and you did. All of me. What I felt. What you felt. What you lost." He reached out and touched my hand, warm, steady, real. The moment our skin met, something shifted inside my chest. I felt myself settle, not broken, not split between past and present. "Whole, you carried me," he whispered. "Even when you forgot." I blinked through the sting in my eyes. "I shut the door on you." He shook his head. "You were scared. You thought something was behind you. You didn't know what would happen. We were just kids." "But I ran," I said, voice shaking. "And you came back." A tear slid down my cheek. He brushed it away with small fingers, but the gesture didn't feel sad. It felt final. Warm, like closing a book instead of tearing it apart. He turned again to the quiet house. "Come on," he said softly. "It's time." Every part of me resisted the thought of walking toward it again, even stripped of the nightmare that lived beneath it. The place carried the memory of fear so deeply that my legs stiffened just looking at it. But my younger self's hand stayed in mine, grounding me. His steady presence filled the cracks I once hid him in. We walked together toward the old structure. The grass whispered under our steps. The morning light grew stronger, washing more warmth across the yard. When we reached the doorway, my breath caught again. The door was open wide, swaying slightly. Inside, nothing moved, nothing breathed, nothing watched. The floorboards, once warped and hungry, now sagged simply from neglect. A few broken bottles lay in corners. Dust coated the beams in a quiet layer. A toppled box sat against one wall, its contents spilled decades ago. The place wasn't alive anymore. It was empty, truly empty. My younger self squeezed my hand. "See, it's gone. All of it. It doesn't feel gone." I whispered. "That's because you remember what it was," he said. "But memory isn't the same as living through it. You faced it. You opened the door. You took me out." His words felt like gentle, warm threads stitching something long torn. "Why bring me back here?" I asked. He pointed toward the far corner of the room. An old, crumpled sheet lying on the floorboards, covered in dust. For a moment, I felt my stomach twist, expecting some remnant of the house's horror to reveal itself. But when we approached, the sheet shifted slightly in the breeze. Nothing hid beneath it. It was just old fabric. "This was where you and I used to play," he said. "Before everything got twisted. Before the house changed. Before she noticed us." I closed my eyes briefly. I remembered. Not the fear, the laughter. My brother running circles around that old sheet, pretending it was a ghost costume. Me chasing him. Both of us shouting and giggling until our voices carried across the yard. This room wasn't just where everything fell apart. It was also where everything began. My younger self stepped in front of me. You can't keep carrying the night I disappeared without carrying the days before it too. I don't want to just be your fear. My breath caught. I want to be your memory, he said, not your punishment. My knees buckled. I crouched down, pulling him into a tight embrace. His small arms wrapped around my neck, his head resting against my shoulder. For a moment, it felt like time folded, letting me relive a piece of childhood that had been stolen. He whispered softly, "It's time to let me go." My heart twisted. "Will I lose you?" "No," he said, pulling back enough to look into my eyes. "You'll never lose me. You'll just stop hurting every time you think of me." I shook my head, tears falling. "I don't know how to do that." "You already started," he said. "When you opened the door." He stepped back, still holding my hands. Sunlight pushed its way through the broken window above us, landing directly on him. He began to glow, not with the sharp brightness of the chamber below, but with a soft radiance, warm, gentle, almost golden. "I love you," he said. "And I love you," I whispered. His smile widened just slightly. "Then I can go." The air trembled. His fingers loosened from mine, and his small form dissolved into the sunlight, slowly, gently, until he was nothing more than dust warmed by morning light, drifting upward, fading into the quiet. I stood alone in the broken house. But for the first time since childhood, I didn't feel alone at all. For a long moment, I stood in the faded sunlight pouring through the quiet house window, unmoving, letting the dust settle around me like soft ash. The silence that followed my younger self's disappearance felt different than any quiet this place had ever held. It wasn't heavy or watchful. It didn't press on my skin or coil up my spine. It was just silence, plain, simple, final. The kind that remains after a storm has passed, and the world struggles to remember the chaos that came before. I looked around the room slowly. This was where my life had fractured, where fear had wrapped itself around every part of me for years. The boards creaked under my feet, but not with the tension of something lurking beneath. They were just old wooden planks, sagging with age, not secrets. The corners didn't hide shadows with intent. The ceiling didn't dip in unnatural shapes. Everything sinister the house once carried had vanished with the light. But my chest wasn't empty. The weight I carried for years hadn't dissolved into nothingness. It had changed, shifted. It felt solid now, grounded. Part of me rather than something crushing me. My younger self wasn't trapped here anymore. Neither was my brother. They lived within me. Their voices no longer whispered from walls or flickered in corners. They rested where they always should have been in memory, not fear. I stepped toward the doorway of the quiet house. The morning sun spilled through it, landing on the grass outside in long, pale stripes. I paused just before stepping out, gripping the frame lightly. My fingers brushed against peeling paint and chipped wood, small remnants of a house that once felt larger than anything I could face. But the fear tied to this place no longer held power. The house no longer breathed. It didn't grow underfoot. It didn't reach for me. For the first time, I felt taller than it. I stepped outside. The chill of the morning hit my face with a refreshing bite. Birds chirped distantly, real sounds this time, not warped echoes twisted by the house's hunger. The breeze carried the scent of damp soil, grass, and faint wood rot. Normal smells. Familiar, honest. As I walked across the yard, my hand brushed the tall grass. Morning dew coated my fingers in cold droplets. My shoes dampened with every step. Each sensation grounded me deeper into the moment, reminding me that I was truly outside the nightmare now. Not running, not hiding, walking. Behind me, the quiet house loomed, in structure only. Its warped personality was gone. It leaned slightly to the right, sagging inward from years of neglect. The roof would probably collapse within a season or two. Without the monster feeding through its foundations, it was just a shell. A memory of something that once terrified me. A grave of fear, but nothing more. The path from the quiet house to the main home felt lighter than ever. My feet sank slightly into soft soil as I moved. The tree near the porch creaked gently, its trunk swaying in the wind. I paused beneath it. Its bark was rough and cool against my palm, comforting in its simplicity. This was where my younger self stood when I walked toward him. This was where he let go. I leaned against the trunk for a moment, letting the breeze pass through me. My eyes shut briefly. When I opened them, the world seemed brighter, sharper. Not because the house had changed, but because I had. I reached the porch steps and climbed them slowly. My weight pressed into the old boards, and they gave soft, hollow knocks beneath me. But they didn't echo. They didn't whisper. They didn't shift. The house felt empty. Not dead, just finally rid of its parasite. Inside, the hallway stretched before me just as I left it. Dust sprinkled across the floor. Cobwebs clung to the corners. But everything felt still, rested. I walked through each room, one by one. The kitchen. The dining room. The living room where sunlight danced across the windows. Each room carried faint memories of childhood, but they were no longer cut by fear, just old snapshots. Old smells. Old sounds. In the hallway, my footsteps paused before the attic stairs. The door at the top was open now, faint light spilling down. It didn't threaten. It didn't invite. It just existed. Like any door in any old home. I climbed the stairs again, but slower this time. The attic greeted me with calm air, quiet beams, and still dust. The loose panel where I'd found the skull and jawbone didn't exist anymore. Not in this version of the house. It was seamless. Untouched. Whatever the creature had buried here had vanished with it. The attic was no longer a storage of pain. It was just a room again. I walked toward the center, where the mirror once stood twisted with fog and shadows. Now, only an old crate remained. I sat on it, elbows on my knees, breathing the still air. My mind drifted through the journey. The screams, the chambers, the twisted faces, the boy flickering in and out of the walls, the woman who was both victim and predator, the monster beneath the boards. All of them had roots here. All of them grew from guilt, fear, and years I refused to face. Now the roots were severed, and I was standing on the soil they once poisoned. I whispered softly to the empty attic. I'm ready to leave now. The house didn't answer. It didn't need to. When I stood and turned toward the stairs, a faint warmth passed through my chest. Light, brief, familiar. My brother. His voice wasn't a whisper this time. It was steady. You're free. I closed my eyes, let the words settle deep inside me, then exhaled slowly. Yeah, I murmured. I am. I walked down the attic steps, through the hallway, out the front door, and onto the porch. The morning stretched out before me, open and quiet. And for the first time since childhood, I knew I could step into it without looking back. Leaving the old porch felt like stepping out of a memory. I'd been trapped inside for years. The boards gave one soft creak under my weight, an ordinary sound, nothing hidden beneath it. And then the yard stretched out in front of me. The morning sun grew brighter as it rose, warming the back of my neck. The air smelled fresh, touched with damp earth, and the faint sweetness of wild grass. Every detail grounded me, reminding me I was no longer inside the labyrinth the house had built from fear. I walked across the yard without looking back at first. My legs felt strange, a mixture of heavy and light, as if part of me still expected the world to twist and fold the way it had beneath the house. But the ground stayed solid. My steps didn't echo in ways that didn't belong. Nothing whispered, nothing shifted. The silence felt clean. When I did finally glance over my shoulder, I saw the quiet house sagging against the morning light. Its once. Dark windows looked like the empty sockets of a brittle skull, but there was no malice in it anymore. Just age. The vines creeping up its wooden siding swayed lazily in the breeze. Birds perched on its roof, pecking at the soft rot. The house looked relieved. If a house could look anything at all, the weight in my chest eased a fraction. I kept walking. The narrow dirt path leading toward the road felt familiar and foreign all at once. I had walked it 1,000 times in childhood, racing my brother, daring each other to go farther than we were allowed. Today, each step carried a strange sense of completion, like I was finally walking the path the way it was meant to be walked, toward something instead of away from everything. As I neared the tree line, I paused just inside the shade of tall pines. Sunlight filtered through the branches in sharp, scattered streaks. I breathed in the scent of sap, soil, and cool morning shadows. No whispers threaded through the air. No branches creaked with hidden voices. Just wind, just trees, just the world. I glanced back once more at the quiet house, now small in the distance. A quiet whisper touched my shoulder, not with sound but with presence. My brother, not haunting, not trapped, just there, resting inside me with the calm of someone who had waited too long for this moment. You don't have to visit again, his voice murmured inside my mind. You don't owe this place anything. I nodded, my throat tightening. But I'm glad I came. I know, he said. I stepped forward again, deeper into the trees. The forest floor crunched beneath my shoes, scattering dried needles and twigs. Unlike the twisting corridors beneath the house, the forest moved with the world, not against it. The shadows didn't flicker unnaturally or stretch in unnatural patterns. The quiet was peaceful, not oppressive. Every step carried me farther from the nightmare, closer to the life I had built outside it. But even as the quiet house vanished behind the trees, I couldn't shake the sensation that something still lingered. Not something threatening, but something waiting. A soft tug deep inside my ribs, subtle but present. It wasn't fear. It wasn't the monster. It wasn't the woman. It was my brother. You're not done yet, he whispered. Not warning, but guiding. There's still something you haven't seen. I stopped walking. A small breeze pushed between the trees. Leaves shuffled overhead. A few birds chirped somewhere out of sight. The world felt too real, too grounded, for this sudden tug to be a trick. What do you mean? I whispered. He didn't answer with words. Instead, a faint warmth stirred in my chest, spreading outward, tugging gently toward a narrow trail splitting away from the main path. The trail was faint, barely visible. Just flattened grass and disturbed leaves. I didn't recognize it from childhood. You want me to go this way? I asked softly. The warmth grew. My pulse quickened. Not with fear, with curiosity. The trail twisted through the woods, leading around the old ridge behind the property. Birdsong grew louder as I walked. Sunlight flickered between branches. Everything looked so normal that a part of me wondered if I had imagined every horror beneath the quiet house. Then the trees opened into a small clearing. My breath caught. In the center of the clearing sat an old metal box, rusted, dented, half sunken into the soil. Moss crept along the sides. It looked untouched for decades, as if someone had buried it here long ago. My brother's presence warmed in my chest. This is yours, he whispered. I approached slowly, heart pounding with something sharp and familiar, recognition mixed with disbelief. The box wasn't just old. It was ours. The same box we used to hide small treasures in. Stones shaped like hearts, scraps of colored paper, tiny notes scribbled in childish handwriting. We used to bury it, dig it up, bury it again somewhere else, pretending we were leaving clues for explorers who might find it years later. But I never remembered hiding it here. I knelt beside it, brushing dirt from the lid. Rust flaked beneath my fingers. The lock was broken, hanging loosely from the latch. With a gentle push, the lid creaked open. Inside were objects I hadn't seen since before the night everything changed. A red marble with a scratched swirl. A cheap toy compass missing its needle. A folded piece of paper, yellowed with age. A tiny plastic dinosaur with one leg snapped off. My throat tightened, and tears blurred my vision. I picked up the folded paper and opened it carefully. Inside, written in our messy childish handwriting, was a message. If we ever get scared, we come back here, together. No matter what. My breath broke. My brother's voice filled me gently. "You didn't fail me," he whispered. "You just forgot the promise because fear took the place of memory. But you kept carrying me anyway." The clearing swayed slightly as emotions swept through me. I pressed the note to my chest. "We were supposed to come back here," I whispered. "We were supposed to find this together. And now you have," he said, "for both of us." The warmth inside me settled. Gentle, full, quiet. I placed the items back in the box except for the note. That I folded carefully and slipped into my pocket. The box belonged to the forest now. The memories belonged to me. All of them. Good, terrible, unfinished, finally whole. I stood slowly. The breeze shifted. Birds lifted from branches. The sun warmed my face. And for the first time, I understood leaving the quiet house wasn't the end. It was the beginning of remembering who we were before it twisted our lives. I stepped back toward the trail, the note safe in my pocket, my brother's presence calm within me. As I walked away from the clearing, the world felt new, lighter, ready. The path back toward the main road felt longer than I remembered, stretching beneath the trees in a slow descent that carried me away from the clearing and the old metal box. The forest seemed brighter now, touched by sunlight that slipped through the branches in soft streams. Each step felt steady, sure, as if the ground itself understood I was finally walking forward without dragging years of fear behind me. Yet even as I moved through the quiet woods, a strange pull lingered at the base of my spine, gentle but insistent. My brother's presence rested inside my ribs like a warm ember, steady and calm, but he didn't speak. I followed the faint dirt trail until the trees thinned and the forest opened into a stretch of open field. The tall grass swayed lazily, brushing against my jeans in soft whispers. In the distance, the old gravel road cut through the property like a pale scar, leading toward the highway beyond the hill. I hadn't walked that road since the night my brother vanished. Back then, it felt endless, every shadow a threat, every rustle a warning. Now it looked strangely harmless in the daylight, but as I reached the edge of the field, a sudden chill slipped across my skin. Not cold. Recognition. Something waited near the road. I slowed my steps. The field stretched wide and open, no trees or houses to hide anything. Yet the sensation of being watched tightened around my chest. I scanned the roadside, old fence posts leaning in the dirt, a rusted mailbox, tall weeds dancing in the wind. Nothing moved. Nothing shifted. But the uneasy feeling didn't fade. My brother finally spoke, his voice low, steady. "Keep walking. What's out there?" I whispered, not sure if I wanted an answer. He didn't reply. The gravel road grew closer. The sun climbed higher, filling the sky with a pale warmth that spilled across the field. Yet the sensation grew stronger with every step. It wasn't the monster. It wasn't the woman. It wasn't a whisper from the quiet house. This was something else. Something quieter, deeper, almost patient. I reached the road and stopped. For a long moment, everything stood still. Wind brushed the grass. A crow called somewhere in the distance. My foot hovered inches above the gravel, hesitating as if crossing onto the road would bring back something I wasn't ready to face. Then I saw it. A figure stood far down the road, small, distant, almost blending with the pale horizon. At first, it looked like a trick of light or a scarecrow left near the fence line. But as my eyes focused, the shape sharpened. A person, thin, unmoving, facing me directly. My breath caught. My brother whispered, "Don't run." I thought everything was gone, I murmured. "It is," he said. "This is something left over. A shape the house made long before we were born. It survives on memory alone." The figure began walking toward me, slow, steady, deliberate. The gravel crunched softly under its feet, not loud, but sharp enough to carry across the open field. I didn't back away. I couldn't. My legs locked in place as the figure drew closer. As the shape neared, details formed. A long coat, bare feet, arms hanging loosely, a face I couldn't quite see. blurred, as if smudged by time or fog, but holding just enough outline to suggest a mouth, a nose, hollow eyes that tracked my every move. "This isn't real," I whispered. "No," my brother said. "But it remembers you." My pulse hammered in my throat. The figure stopped about 15 feet away. The air around it felt heavy, thick enough to press against my chest. It didn't crouch or lunge. It didn't twist unnaturally. It simply stood, watching me, as still as stone. "What does it want?" I asked. "To see if you're afraid." The words chilled me. "I'm not," I said, though my voice shook. "You are," he corrected gently. "But you're not ruled by it anymore." As if responding to his words, the figure tilted its head slightly, an uncanny, slow motion that sent a ripple of dread down my spine. It took one step closer. The gravel shifted under its foot with a soft crunch. I swallowed hard. "Why is it still here?" "Because the house shaped things from the people it swallowed," my brother explained. "Not all of them were monsters. Some were just left over. Echoes created from the pain of those who came before us." "Is it dangerous?" "No," he said. "Not anymore. It just wants to know if you can pass it." The figure lifted one hand, slowly, as though moving through heavy water, and pointed behind me. I didn't turn around. Instead, I whispered, "I'm not going back." The figure lowered its hand. The wind shifted. For the first time, I felt something like emotion radiating from the shape. Not anger, not hunger, but a deep sadness, as though it mourned the life it never had, the people it never became, the faces it borrowed from fragments of suffering. My brother's voice softened. "Tell it goodbye." The figure stared at me with its blurred, hollow eyes. I took a deep breath. "Goodbye," I said quietly, genuinely. The figure's shoulders loosened. Its head dipped slightly. Then the sunlight behind it brightened, and its outline grew thinner, lighter, fading into the wind. Bit by bit, it dissolved. First its head, then its arms, then the long coat, until only a faint shimmer remained before disappearing completely. The air grew lighter the moment it vanished. My brother exhaled with me. "You closed the last door." My knees weakened with relief. "That was the last piece. For this place," he said. "But not for you." I let the words settle, unsure whether they comforted me or scared me. The gravel road stretched ahead, leading toward the highway, toward the world, toward life. I stepped onto it fully. The crunch beneath my shoe felt final, like stepping away from the last shadow I ever feared. My brother whispered, "Keep going." And I did. I walked down the long gravel road, sunlight warming my shoulders, the quiet house hidden behind the trees at last. But as I walked, a question rose slowly in my mind, quiet, hesitant, impossible to ignore. If everything tied to the house was gone, why did I still feel something trailing behind me in the sunlight? Something small, something curious, something not quite finished. The gravel shifted beneath my shoes in a steady rhythm as I walked. Crunch, 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 each step pulling me farther from the field, the forest, the quiet house, everything that once held me in its grip. The sun climbed higher, warming the crown of my head and drying the remnants of dew on my sleeves. My breath settled into a slow, even pattern. I should have felt nothing but relief, freedom, closure. But the longer I walked, the stronger that faint tug behind me became. Not a threat, not the monster, not the woman's warped presence. Something smaller, lighter, gentle, almost childlike. At first, I tried to ignore it. After everything I just survived, it wasn't surprising that my instincts were wound tight, ready to detect danger in every small disturbance. My mind might have been tricking me, replaying old patterns out of habit. That made sense. But then the footsteps appeared, soft, crisp, not mine. They landed a beat behind my own, like someone much lighter was following just out of view. The hairs along my arms lifted. I slowed my pace slightly. My steps became quieter, more controlled, but the rhythm behind me adjusted too, matching perfectly, as though whoever followed me understood my every movement. My brother's voice stirred gently inside my chest. "Don't turn around yet." My breath caught in my throat. Is it dangerous? No, he said. But it needs you to look only when you're ready. Ready. The word sank in heavy. I had reached a point in this journey when ready no longer meant strong or fearless. It meant honest, grounded, present. Still, the idea of something following me along this empty gravel road, when every terror was supposed to be behind me, tightened my chest. The wind pressed against my back, warm and steady, carrying with it the faintest murmur of movement. Grass rustled at the roadside. A pebble skittered across the path. I took another step. The small footsteps followed. I swallowed hard. Is it him? No, my brother answered softly. Not me. A small cold ripple washed down my spine. If it wasn't my brother, then is it my younger self again? I asked. No, he said. You said goodbye to him. That part is resting now. I hesitated. Then who? He didn't answer this time. A faint breeze brushed my side, almost like a small hand reaching tentatively toward my arm before pulling away. I stopped walking entirely, my breath trembling as I listened to the quiet around me. No footsteps now, only stillness. The gravel road stretched ahead, shimmering faintly in the sunlight. Behind me, the world was unchanged. Fields, trees, silence. But I could feel something waiting just outside my view, patient and cautious. Why won't you tell me who it is? I whispered. My brother paused before answering. Because if I tell you, it won't be real. You need to see it on your own. Fear prickled under my skin, but not the sharp, suffocating fear of the house. This fear was softer, rooted in uncertainty, in the unknown shape of something that was not a monster yet not familiar. Something unfinished. I drew a slow breath, then another, and finally, when my heartbeat steadied, even just slightly, I turned around. No monster waited, no shadowy figure, no twisted shape from the past. Instead, standing in the middle of the gravel road, barefoot and blinking up at me with wide eyes, was a small girl no older than 6 or 7. Her hair was tangled and dark. Her shirt was torn at the shoulder. Dirt streaked her knees. She clutched something in her hand. A small wooden block scraped along one edge. Her bare feet pressed lightly into the gravel, as though she barely weighed enough to disturb it. She wasn't transparent. She wasn't flickering. She wasn't an echo. She was real. My throat tightened painfully. Who are you? She stared at me for a moment, her expression unreadable. Then her eyes drifted past me, toward the distant clearing I'd just left. Her lips parted slightly, as though she recognized the direction, not from memory, but from instinct. She took a step forward, then another. Slowly, she lifted the small wooden block in her hand and held it toward me. When I saw what was carved into its surface, the world around me stilled. A letter, a shaky, carved L, my brother's first initial. My pulse faltered. Where did you get that? She didn't answer. She only stepped closer. Her gaze locked on mine with an unsettling combination of innocence and knowledge, like she held truths she didn't understand. My brother whispered faintly, as though the sight of her unsettled even him. She came from before us. The air thickened. Before us. I dropped to one knee, lowering myself to her height. She stopped just inches away, the block trembling slightly in her hand. Sweetheart, I whispered, were you at the house? She blinked. Once, twice. Then nodded. My breath caught. Were you trapped there? Her small shoulders lifted in a hesitant shrug, uncertain, like she didn't fully understand the question. My brother's presence grew warmer, as though leaning closer inside my chest. She isn't like the others. She wasn't taken by the woman. She wasn't taken by the monster. Then who trapped her? I asked. Silence. The little girl dropped the block into my open palm. When the wood touched my skin, a wave of cold swept through me. Not sharp, not evil, just sorrow deep enough to shake my bones. Images pressed faintly at the edges of my mind. Too blurry to understand, too old to belong to me. She reached out and touched my wrist. The moment her fingers brushed me, a whisper slipped through the air so quietly, I almost believed I imagined it. Help me find my brother. My heart stopped, because her voice didn't sound like a ghost, or a monster, or something created by the house. It sounded human. I took a trembling breath. "Where is he?" She pointed toward the far end of the road, away from the house, away from the forest, away from everything I thought was finished. My brother whispered, barely audible, "She's not from our story." The little girl lifted her eyes to mine again, filled with desperate innocence. "Please," she said softly. "He didn't come back." The wind fell silent. The trees stilled. The weight of a new truth settled over me. I hadn't survived the quiet house to end a nightmare. I survived it to walk into someone else's. The gravel dug into my knees as I crouched before the little girl, but I barely felt it. Her fingers still rested lightly on my wrist, small and cold, like she'd been standing out here for far too long. Her eyes, wide, dark, trembling with a kind of quiet desperation, held mine without wavering. The small wooden block with the carved L felt heavy in my palm, heavier than its size should allow, as though the letter carried the weight of a story buried deeper than anything inside the quiet house. My brother's presence pressed against my ribs, gentle but tense, like he didn't know what would happen next. He had guided me through the nightmare beneath the house, but this was something different, something foreign, something he wasn't prepared for. The girl stepped back, releasing my wrist. Her bare feet shifted slightly on the gravel, wincing at the sharp stones, but she didn't cry. She looked down the long stretch of road and then back at me, silently asking me to follow. I swallowed hard. "Sweetheart, what's your name?" She hesitated, lips parting, then closing again as if the answer sat on her tongue, but refused to come out. My brother whispered, "She doesn't remember." The same way the lost children in the lanterns didn't remember. But she wasn't one of them. She wasn't fated. She wasn't bound to the house. She was alive. "Okay," I murmured. "It's all right, you don't have to say it." She shifted again, this time clutching the fabric of her torn shirt in her small fist. Her gaze flicked down the road once more, then fixed back on me with a pleading urgency that cut straight through my chest. "Is your brother hurt?" I asked softly. She blinked once, then gave the smallest nod. That was all it took. I stood slowly, slipping the wooden block into my pocket. The wind carried the scent of warm gravel and distant pines, sweeping the girl's tangled hair away from her face. I took one tentative step down the road. She immediately followed. Her footsteps were soft, almost weightless, barely disturbing the stones beneath her. I adjusted my pace so she could keep up, glancing down occasionally to make sure she wasn't struggling. Each time our eyes met, she gave a tiny, grateful nod, as if acknowledging both my presence and my hesitation. My brother's voice whispered again, "You don't have to go." "But she does," I murmured under my breath. "That isn't your burden." "Neither was yours," I said quietly. A soft silence followed, the kind only he and I could share. He didn't argue. He understood. We walked. The road stretched out in a long, gentle curve, lined on one side by tall grass, and on the other by a rusted fence half swallowed by weeds. It was the kind of road that felt forgotten by time. No tire tracks, no footprints, just stones splayed wildly as if no one had walked here in years. Yet someone had. Someone small. Someone with a brother who didn't come back. Did he go toward the town? I asked her, nodding to the distant direction where the road met the highway. She shook her head. My stomach tensed. "Then where?" She lifted her arm and pointed. Not straight ahead, but slightly off the road toward a dense line of trees far beyond the tall grass. The forest again, but not the one behind the quiet house. This patch looked darker, older, wilder. The trees leaned over one another, branches tangled like skeletal fingers locking together. The sunlight barely reached the ground beneath them. I felt my breath tighten. "He went in there." She nodded again. A faint tremble shook her shoulders this time. My brother's voice pressed into my ear, low and cautious. "Be careful." I swallowed. Do you know why he went into the woods? The girl hesitated for a long moment, her gaze shifting between me and the dark tree line. When she finally answered, her voice was barely a whisper, thin and fragile. He heard something. A cold knot formed in my chest. What did he hear? Her mouth twitched like she wanted to say the word, but was afraid to let it out. Then, in a voice no louder than a breath, she whispered, calling. The road under my feet suddenly felt unsteady, the old familiar dread stirring in my rib cage, not from the quiet house, but from the memory of my own childhood. My brother whispered inside me, not again. The girl tugged gently at my sleeve. Please, she said, come. I turned to face the dark woods. The trees loomed taller the closer we approached, their branches thick and twisted. A narrow space between them formed a sort of crooked entry, like a mouth waiting for someone to step inside. As we neared the tree line, the temperature dropped, not drastically, but enough for me to feel it in my arms. The girl stayed close, her small hand brushing my fingers as though reminding herself I was still there. My brother shifted uncomfortably in my chest, an old reflex stirring. Things don't call children for no reason. I know, I whispered. Children don't follow voices unless they think they recognize them. My breath stilled. Recognize how? He hesitated. As family. A chill crawled up my spine. I looked down at the girl. Her eyes were glued to the shadows between the trees, wide with worry, fear, and something else. Hope. She truly believed her brother was in there. And whatever called him, used a voice he trusted. I knelt down beside her again, brushing hair gently from her face. I need you to stay right by me, okay? Don't run ahead. Don't follow any sounds unless I tell you. She nodded quickly. Her hand slipped into mine. Warm, small, real. I stood, facing the mouth of the woods. The shadows seemed to shiver, bending slightly as if preparing to swallow us whole. My brother whispered, "This isn't the house. This isn't our monster. But something inside has teeth. I'm still going." I said, "I know." I squeezed the little girl's hand gently. "Stay close," I whispered. "We'll find him." Together, we stepped into the trees. The forest swallowed the light behind us, and the first whisper drifted through the branches, soft, calling. The moment we stepped beneath the trees, the air changed. The temperature cooled enough to raise the fine hairs along my arms, and the sunlight thinned into faint ribbons that barely touched the ground. The forest floor sank slightly under my weight, soft with layers of old leaves and soil untouched by footsteps for years. The little girl squeezed my hand tighter as the shadows shifted, stretching in odd angles, despite the stillness of the branches above. There was no wind, no rustling, no distant birds, just quiet, too quiet. And then, soft as breath brushing against the back of my neck, a whisper drifted through the trees, faint, drawn out, directionless. A sound that could have been wind if the air hadn't been so still. The girl stiffened at my side, her shoulders rising as if she recognized the whisper. Her small fingers curled around mine with sudden urgency. My brother's voice pressed gently inside my chest. "Don't follow the sound. Follow her reaction." I nodded subtly. "Do you know that voice?" I whispered down to the little girl. She didn't answer with words. Instead, she stepped slightly forward, tugging on my hand with careful insistence. Guiding, not rushing, as if she knew the path, but feared leading me too far ahead. Her bare feet made almost no sound as she moved over the soft forest floor. Each step we took felt heavier than the last. The trees grew thicker, branches twisting together above us so tightly that the sky vanished from view. The deeper we walked, the more the forest felt like a tunnel, one that wasn't created by nature but by intention. Another whisper floated through the dark. This time, I heard a note of recognition, a voice, young male, calling softly, almost lovingly, "Come here." The girl jerked toward the sound, nearly pulling me with her. Her breath hitched in her throat. "Wait," I murmured, kneeling so my eyes met hers. "Is that your brother's voice?" She opened her mouth, paused, then nodded with a small, trembling motion. But something in her hesitance unsettled me. My brother whispered, "You heard how she answered you. She isn't sure. Something is shaping the sound." The forest seemed to tighten around us with that thought. Branches angled inward. Roots twisted across the ground like coiled ropes. Shadows pooled between the trees in shapes that didn't belong to branches. I swallowed hard. "Do you know where he went from here?" She pointed deeper into the woods, toward a narrow passage between two large oaks. The bark on both trees was blackened, scarred by deep slashes that looked far too deliberate to be natural. My stomach nodded. What did that? My brother didn't answer. The girl tugged again, pulling me toward the dark gap. I squeezed her hand lightly. "Stay next to me. Don't let go." The moment we stepped between the scared trees, the whisper came again, but this time it wasn't faint. It was right behind us. "Come here." My entire spine locked. I didn't turn around. Neither did the girl. Her grip was so tight now her knuckles pressed white against her skin. "Don't look back," my brother whispered urgently. "It's not him." A cold rush of dread swept over me. "Then what is it?" I breathed. The whisper shifted, distorting slightly as if trying to correct itself. "Come here." It was close enough to my ear that I felt the warmth of breath, except there was no warmth, just cold. And then a second voice, softer, shaking, unmistakably human. "Unmistakably young, please a help." The girl gasped. She yanked my hand forward, harder this time, dragging me down a sloping trail that wound between dense walls of undergrowth. The shift in her urgency told me everything. This voice was familiar to her. Real, her brother. The voice cried out again through the trees, sharper this time. "Help! Please!" Branches whipped at my arms as I pushed through the narrowing path. The slope steepened, pulling us deeper into the roots of the forest, until the world behind us was completely swallowed by shadow. Then the trees opened into a hollowed-out clearing. A bowl-shaped dip in the earth surrounded by tall, leaning trunks. And there, beneath a fallen log, I saw him, a boy, small, curled, trapped beneath a heavy tangle of branches. His hair was dark like the girl's, falling in messy locks across his forehead. His bare foot stuck out from the debris, scraped and dirty. He wasn't transparent, wasn't flickering, wasn't twisted or altered. He was alive, human, a child. The girl broke into a run. "Wait," I called, sprinting to catch her. But she reached him first. Dropping to her knees beside the fallen log, her hands flew to his face, brushing dirt from his cheek. His eyes fluttered open, hazy but aware. He breathed one word, "Sis." The little girl let out a trembling sob of relief. I crouched beside them, assessing the branches pinning him down. They were heavy, tangled, but not impossible to move. I braced my hands beneath the thickest limb, testing its weight. My brother's voice murmured inside me, "Careful. Something put him here." I froze. The air around us felt too still, too quiet, and the shadows between the trees shivered. I narrowed my eyes. "Who brought you into the woods?" I asked the boy. He swallowed weakly, glancing toward the dark tree line. "Someone called my name," he whispered. "Said it was you." He pointed at the girl. Her face went pale. "That's not my voice," she said, shaking her head. "No," he murmured. "It wasn't." My blood chilled. I gripped the branch harder. "On 3, we lift this." "All right," they nodded. 1, the forest held its breath. 2, a distant cracking sound echoed from the trees.
3!
I lifted the branch with a sharp heave. Pain shot through my arms, but the weight gave just enough for the boy to slide free. The girl pulled him out, dragging him into her lap. He winced but wrapped his arms around her. "Sis," he whispered again. She hugged him tight, sobbing softly into his hair. Relief washed over me, but only for a moment, because behind them, between the trees, a dark figure stood, tall, still, watching us. My brother hissed inside my chest, "Get them out of here. Now." The figure stepped forward, slow and deliberate, and its voice drifted toward us, stretched and warped, "Come here." The figure stepped from the tree line with a stillness so unnatural it made the hairs along my arms rise. Trees bowed inward around it as though leaning away, their branches trembling despite the absence of wind. The space behind the figure twisted slightly, as if the forest itself didn't want to hold its shape near this thing. Its outline was human, but wrong. Too tall, too narrow. Shoulders sloped at an angle no bones should allow, and its face was a smear of darkness, like someone had erased the features with frantic hands. No eyes, no mouth, no shape, just a single dark void where a face should be shifting faintly, almost pulsing. The little girl clutched her brother tighter, pulling him onto her lap. His breath shuddered against her shoulder as he stared at the figure with wide, terrified eyes. My brother whispered inside me, "Move slowly, don't run. It follows fear, not footsteps." My pulse pounded in my ears. What is that? A long pause. Then, quietly, a remnant. The shadow tilted its head, jerking in a stiff, unnatural motion. Its faceless void shifted toward the children, then toward me. The clearing seemed to shrink with each silent step it took, branches bending low, roots curling upward like they wanted to retreat. Beside me, the boy whimpered. It sounded like you," he whispered to his sister. "It said your voice." "I didn't call you," she said quickly, voice shaking. My brother murmured, "It doesn't have a voice of its own. It uses what it hears, what it steals. It mimics trust." A cold chill sank into my spine. This thing had been calling them, not to feed, not to drag them underground, but to lure them into a place where no one would find them. The shadow took another step, its form wavering like smoke, held in place by invisible wires. Its head twitched toward me, and the darkness where its mouth should have been widened slightly, stretching open. Then came the whisper, soft, breathy, horribly familiar. "Come here." But this time, the voice wasn't the boy's sister. It was my brother's, my real brother, the one I carried now. The voice he had when he was alive. The moment it reached me, something deep inside me locked up. My knees nearly buckled. My brother's presence inside my chest flared hot. "Don't listen," he snapped, his voice sharp with panic. "That is not me." The shadow took another gliding step toward us. The children whimpered. Branches above shook violently, though no wind moved. My throat tightened. "Why is it using your voice?" "Because I'm with you," he said. "Because it wants you to trust the call." Another step, closer. The air around it swirled faintly, leaves lifting in a slow spiral around its legs. The trees around us groaned like something pressed against them from the inside, bending their trunks just slightly toward the shadow. I stepped instinctively between the creature and the children, raising an arm, as if that thin barrier would matter. The void where its face should be pulsed once, twice, and suddenly another voice spilled out of it. My voice. My younger voice. A small, trembling plea, "Please open the door." My breath hitched. Pain tore through me so sharply it felt physical, like claws dragging across my ribs. The kids looked up at me, confused and afraid. The girl tightened her hold on her brother. "Why does it sound like you?" she whispered. I swallowed hard. "Because it's trying to make us freeze." My brother's voice echoed with old fear. "It uses memories. Pain. It grabs whatever is rawest and sharpest." And mine had been raw for years. The shadow took another step. The clearing darkened around its feet, the grass turning a shade too deep, as though its presence drained color from whatever it touched. I clenched my fists. What does it want? My brother didn't hesitate. Them. It wants the kids. Young minds are easy to twist, easy to confuse. The boy pressed his face into his sister's shirt. It called my name. He sobbed. It sounded like her. "It won't again," I said, stepping fully in front of them. The shadow froze, its body stiffening at my movement. The trees around it groaned, their branches creaking like bones shifting under pressure. Then it whispered again. This time in a voice that sliced through my spine. "I can take them, the way I took you." My blood ran cold. That's not true. I snapped, but the shadow tilted its head, and in a low, crawling voice that sounded exactly like my mother, it whispered, "Where were you when he screamed?" A breath punched out of my lungs. My vision blurred for a moment. Old guilt surged up so fast it nearly drowned me. Images of the night I ran, the attic door slamming shut, my brother's scream echoing down the stairs. My brother's presence inside my chest surged like a heartbeat. "It's using what broke you," he said, his tone steady but urgent. "Don't give it a shape." The words ripped me back from the edge. My breath steadied. I took a slow, deliberate step toward the shadow. The little girl gasped. "Don't. It's all right," I said quietly. "It feeds on fear. I'm done feeding anything." The shadow twitched violently, as if my calm startled it. Its head tilted too sharply, its limbs jerking with sudden agitation. The void in its face rippled, shifting as though 1,000 expressions tried to surface and failed. It whispered again. But this time, the voice cracked, not strong, not confident, confused. "Come here?" I shook my head. No. The creature recoiled. A faint tremor ran through its body, like a ripple in water. My brother whispered, "It can't pull you if you don't follow." The shadow tried again. "Louder, come on!" Its voice fractured. My mother's tone twisting into the woman beneath the house, then into a child's cry, then into static. I took another step toward it. "You won't take them," I said softly. The forest shifted. The shadow staggered backward, its limbs bending wrong, its outline flickering like a dying flame. "You won't take anyone again." The void of its face stretched open in silent fury. Then, for the first time, it spoke in its own voice. A hollow, broken whisper, "Remember me." Before I could answer, the shadow folded in on itself. Its body collapsed like falling cloth, sinking into the earth without a sound, leaving behind only a faint ripple in the leaves. The children clung to each other, shaking. I exhaled shakily. "It's gone." But my brother whispered something that made my skin crawl. "No, it's only hiding." My breath caught. Why? Because it heard something we didn't. My chest tightened. "What?" His voice cracked. "A third child, deeper in the woods." The boy and girl went rigid. A quiet realization crossed their faces. Their family wasn't 2 children, it was 3, and the youngest was missing. My heart dropped. The forest grew darker, and far ahead, through the dense trees, a small voice cried out, "Help me." The cry drifted through the woods, so faintly at first I almost mistook it for a trick of memory. Then, trembling, stretched across the branches, as if carried by something that didn't understand how human voices were supposed to sound. But the more it repeated, the clearer it became. A child, younger than the 2 beside me, and frightened in a way that sharpened every instinct in my body. The boy and girl stiffened at the exact same moment, their breath catching as they turned toward the direction of the sound. Their expressions changed instantly. Fear melting into recognition, recognition melting into dread. The girl whispered, "That's him." Her brother nodded slowly, his skin draining of color. "Our baby brother, Eli." The name landed heavily, as if the entire forest absorbed it. My chest tightened. "Why didn't you tell me there were 3 of you?" The girl looked down at her scraped knees, her voice cracking. "We didn't remember, not until now." My brother murmured inside me. The remnant twisted their memories, used gaps. That's why the calling worked. Another cry echoed through the trees. "Help, please." This one was weaker, fraying at the edges, the same way my brother's voice once sounded in the quiet house when he faded in and out of existence. The girl's face crumpled with panic. "He's hurt." The boy grabbed my sleeve with small shaking hands. "We have to go. We have to go now." I nodded. "Stay close. Don't run ahead. Don't follow any voice unless I tell you." They nodded quickly, clinging to each other. I scanned the trees. The forest had grown darker, thicker, as though pulling inward around us. The trunks leaned in crooked angles. Branches twisted like reaching fingers. But the shadows didn't move, not yet. My brother whispered, "It didn't vanish. It's waiting for you to slip. I won't, I whispered back. Be careful, it's not after you. Not anymore. My breath froze. Then who? The children. A surge of protective instinct rushed through me so strong I had to steady my own breath. Come on, I said softly. We moved toward the deeper part of the forest. The ground dipped unevenly, roots bulging through the soil like ribs under stretched skin. The cries grew louder, guiding us forward. Help, please. Each call sounded genuine, painful, human, but that made it worse. These were the kinds of cries a child shouldn't be able to fake, which meant Eli was still alive. As the terrain thickened, the kids moved closer to me, their shoulders brushing my sides. The girl didn't let go of her brother's hand. Their steps were shallow, hesitant, careful. They listened to every sound, every crack, every echo. The forest swallowed light with each step. Soon, the sky disappeared behind a roof of branches woven so tightly no sunbeam passed through. The air grew colder, the dirt damp beneath my shoes, the air thick with the smell of moss and old roots. Then, something shifted ahead, not loudly, not dramatically, a low rustle, like something small dragging across leaves. My muscles tensed. The kids pressed closer. The rustle came again, this time followed by a soft, choked whimper. Eli, the girl whispered. She took a step forward, but I gently stopped her with a hand on her shoulder. Wait. My brother's voice tensed. Good. The rustle continued. Closer now, clearer, and then a small shape stumbled into view from behind a fallen tree. A boy. Tiny. No older than 4. His clothes were dirty. His cheeks streaked with dried tears. His hair a tangled mess. He limped as he walked, one leg dragging slightly. His eyes were wide with exhaustion and fear. He looked painfully real. The girl let out a sob and ran toward him before I could stop her.
Eli!
Her brother sprinted right behind her. My heart leapt.
Be careful.
But it was too late. They had reached him. The little boy lifted his head, saw his siblings, and collapsed into their arms with a small, broken cry. Sis, I got lost. It was dark. The girl wrapped him fully, sobbing into his hair. It's okay, it's okay. We're here. We're here. I approached slower, watching every shadow, every tree, every inch of the clearing. My brother whispered, "This is wrong." My stomach twisted. What do you mean? Think, he whispered. Who called him into the woods? Who pinned the older boy under the branches? Who guided the girl to the gravel road? My breath stilled. The remnant. But here Eli was, trembling, breathing. Was he? Or was this exactly what the shadow wanted? My pulse hammered. Kids a step back. The girl looked up, confused. Why? The little boy clung tighter to her shirt, burying his face against her chest with a whimper. Sis, don't let go. Her brother frowned. He's scared. Can't you see that? I said, trying to keep my tone calm. But something here isn't. My brother cut me off sharply. Ask him how he got here. I knelt slowly, keeping my eyes on Eli. Buddy, I said softly, can you tell me who called you? Eli sniffled, lifting his head slightly. And then he whispered, in a flat, hollow tone that didn't match any child, come here. The exact phrase, the exact cadence, the exact whisper of the shadow. The girl's breath hitched. The older boy froze. The forest darkened. Eli lifted his head fully. His face was wrong. Too smooth, too expressionless. And his eyes were dark pits of shifting shadow. The girl screamed. The thing wearing Eli's shape lunged. The creature sprang forward with a speed no child could possess, tearing through the air like a puppet yanked by invisible wires. The siblings screamed as the thing twisted in mid-leap, its limbs jerking in sharp, unnatural angles. Its skin rippled, as if something beneath it struggled to break free. I lunged toward the children on instinct, grabbing the girl's arm and pulling her back just as the creature's hand grazed her shirt. It didn't feel like a hand. It felt cold. Thin, as if made of stretched fabric filled with smoke instead of bone. The older boy stumbled backward, dragging his sister with him.
That's not Ellie! That's not Ellie!
The thing landed where the children had stood. Its small body convulsed, shaking violently. Its face, Eli's face, cracked down the middle like splintering paint, revealing veins of darkness beneath the surface. The mouth hung open too wide, gaping in a silent scream. Then sound burst out of it, wrong, fractured, layered, a dozen stolen voices speaking at once. Quom, ahar, quom, har. The forest shook. The children cried out, covering their ears. My brother's voice rose sharply in my chest. Don't let it latch onto them. It learns faster when it touches. I stepped between the creature and the kids, grabbing a thick branch off the ground and holding it like a shield. My hands trembled. This wasn't fear the way the quiet house had broken me. This was raw adrenaline. The instinct to protect something fragile. Something worth saving. The creature's head snapped toward me, jerking so hard the neck bent sideways. The childlike skin tearing slightly along the seam. A black mist puffed out, swirling before sinking back into the wound. It took a step toward me, then another. Its small body twitched, shoulders rising in uneven pulses. Each step came with a faint dragging sound, as though something inside it pulled against its own skin. I raised the branch. Stay back. My command meant nothing to it. The creature moved again, faster, lunging. I swung the branch with all my strength. It connected with a hollow crack. The creature flew sideways, crashing into the base of a tree. Its form rippled on impact, the false skin writhing like liquid struggling to stay in shape. Its limbs bent too far backward before snapping back into place. A thin, distorted cry slipped from its throat. The girl sobbed behind me. Where's our real brother? Where's Eli? I don't know, I whispered, and the truth cut sharper than any blade. My brother's voice came low and urgent. That thing didn't take him. It replaced him. The words froze everything inside me. Replaced? I whispered, yes. Something deeper in these woods took him. This is just a lure. The creature slowly rose to its feet. The crack in its face closed like melting wax. But when it raised its head, its eyes weren't pits anymore. They were shifting, rapidly, trying to copy something. Trying to choose who it wanted to become. A small flicker of my brother's childhood face formed before dissolving. Then my own childhood face. Then the girl's. Then something else entirely. Stretched, unfinished, mouths and eyes mismatched. The thing didn't know who to imitate. Back up, I said quietly to the kids. Slowly, they moved behind me, holding hands so tightly their knuckles turned white. The creature turned its head toward them at the sound of their movement. The crack in its face widened, revealing jagged rows of black shapes, not teeth, not bone, just shifting pieces of shadow, swirling and grinding. It whispered, "Come, come, come." The word echoed through the trees unnaturally, bouncing off trunks, becoming deeper and louder as it repeated. My brother's voice snapped sharply.
Don't answer it!
The girl began crying so hard she struggled to breathe. The older boy pressed his palms against his ears, shaking violently. I gripped the branch tighter and roared,
Hi! Locate Tamati!
The creature froze, then snapped its head toward me with terrifying precision. I stepped forward, forcing my voice to stay steady. You don't get to call them. Not anymore. Its form trembled. The shadow beneath its skin churned, and then, in a single screeching burst, it split. The body tore open down the center, peeling like thin cloth ripped by invisible claws. The skin fell away from the creature in flapping sheets, and from within that collapsing shell, a taller, darker shape unfolded, no longer child-sized, no longer pretending. The remnant, transformed. Its body rose to full height, towering over us, limbs long and shaking like broken branches, its head elongated, narrowing into a faceless curve. The darkness within it boiled, swirling like black water trapped in a glass jar. The air thickened with cold. The kids whimpered, shrinking behind me. I lifted the branch again, though it felt suddenly useless, like holding a match against a storm. The remnant leaned forward, the void of its face almost touching mine. Then it spoke in a voice that wasn't any echo, wasn't any mimic, its own voice. Give them back, I swallowed hard. Give who back? Its limbs twitched, cracking as though bones snapped beneath the darkness. Then it whispered one word, low, gravelly, ancient mind. My brother's voice flared with panic. It thinks every child is its own. It isn't finished taking. The remnant lifted one long arm, and the shadows behind us began to move. Not just one shape. Many. Dozens, like the forest itself had birthed them. They slid between the trees, taller than any grown man, faceless, jointless, drifting like smoke held together by thin threads. All of them turned toward the children. The girl screamed. The boy clutched her. I stepped in front of them again. And the remnant whispered, give them, or I take all of you. The forest closed in. The shadows drew closer. And my brother whispered something I hadn't heard in years. Fear in his voice. Run. The moment my brother's voice whispered run, the ground beneath my feet seemed to pulse. One heavy throb, as if the earth itself agreed. The children didn't wait for me to repeat it. The girl grabbed her brother's hand and bolted toward the narrow opening between two twisted pines. I lunged after them. The branch still clutched in my hand, though I already knew it would do nothing against the army of shadows closing in. The forest erupted. The remnant let out a sound I couldn't even categorize. Part roar, part shriek, part something I felt more than heard. The shadows behind us surged forward, their movements silent, unnatural, like tall sheets of smoke pulled across the ground by invisible strings. They didn't run. They glided, arms hanging loosely, their faceless heads jerking in sharp angles. Faster, I shouted, pushing the kids ahead. The boy tripped on a root, but I grabbed him under the arm and lifted him before he hit the ground. His breath came out in short, panicked gasps. The girl clung to his hand, as if she could anchor him to this world by strength alone. The path we'd taken into the woods shifted as we ran. Trees leaned inward, roots crawled upward, vines swung down like nooses blocking our way. Each step felt like moving through a living maze determined to slow us down. Behind us, shadows tore through branches without slowing. One glided so close I felt cold brush against my back, cold that didn't feel natural, cold that felt like grief in physical form. My brother's voice surged in my chest. Left! Take the slope! I grabbed the girl's shoulder and pulled her sharply to the left toward a steep decline covered in loose soil and tangled roots. We nearly slid down it, dirt shifting under our feet. The kids skidded halfway down on their sides, but the slope gave us speed the shadows didn't expect. A few of them overshot the turn entirely, colliding with trees and dissolving into black smears before reforming. They can't keep shape, my brother whispered. The moment they hit something real, they destabilize. Use that. I didn't fully understand, but I didn't need to. I looked ahead and saw a fallen tree stretched across the path. Under, I yelled. The kids dropped to their stomachs and crawled beneath the thick trunk. I ducked low and followed. A shadow slammed into the tree's side just as I slipped under, and the creature's form burst apart like smoke hitting a barrier. It reformed instantly, but staggered. That tiny delay saved us. We scrambled to our feet and ran again. The forest narrowed into a corridor of twisted undergrowth. Thorns snagged my sleeves, ripping through the fabric. Branches slapped across my face and arms. The boy sobbed as he ran, each breath high and shallow. Almost there, I said, even though I didn't know if it was true. My brother whispered, don't lie to them. I'm not, I whispered back. I'm lying to myself. A shadow lunged from the side, its elongated arm reaching for the girl's waist. I spun and swung the branch with everything I had. The branch cut through the shadow's arm like slicing through fog. But the impact disrupted the figure's shape, bending it backward until the form rippled violently. The girl gasped. Is it gone? No, I said. But it slowed. Why does it want us? The boy cried. My throat tightened. Because you're children. The girl's voice trembled. like the house wanted you. Yes. A deeper sound rose behind us. Not the voices of the shadows, not the whisper of the remnant, but something older. A heavy groan, like the forest exhaled with hunger. My brother's voice grew sharp. It's pulling the woods tighter. You need an exit. Now. I scanned the path ahead desperately. The trees were too thick on both sides, branches interlocking like cage bars. But then I spotted it. A faint break in the undergrowth, barely visible, sunlight winking through.
This way!
I shouted. We crashed through the tight cluster of branches. Thorns tore at our clothes. The children pressed low, pushing through with tiny bodies that fit between spaces mine barely squeezed through. I tore a branch aside with a grunt and ducked under another. Sunlight burst onto my face. We'd reached a clearing, wide, open, safe, or so I thought, because standing in the middle of the clearing was a small wooden structure, an old shed. Rotten, collapsed on one side, and deeply wrong. The girl froze. What's that? My stomach twisted violently. It wasn't the quiet house, but it felt related. The air around it was too still, too cold. The shadows cast by its broken walls bent slightly the wrong way, as if twisted by something inside. Keep moving, I said firmly, but the children didn't, because a small voice came from inside the shed, a voice that sounded exactly like Eerie. Sis, come here. The girl's entire body shook. No, that's not him. That's not him. The boy backed away. Make it stop, I stepped in front of them. Don't listen. It's mimicking him again. My brother whispered sharply, it's trying to split you up. Don't let any of them step closer. But then, another voice joined the first. Soft, sobbing.
Real.
Help me, please. The girl grabbed my arm with shaking hands.
That is him! That's him! I know it!
My brother hissed, one voice is bait. The other might be real. How do we tell the difference? I asked. He didn't answer. Inside the shed, something shifted. A small hand, tiny and trembling, reached out from the darkness beneath the broken doorframe. A real hand. Small. Human. Ali's hand. The girl screamed his name and tried to run forward. I caught her by the shoulders.
Might.
Tears streamed down her cheeks.
Let go! That's him!
The boy clung to her shirt, pulling her back. Sis, please don't. Then the shadows arrived. They poured into the clearing from behind us, their tall shapes stretching as they approached, surrounding the clearing in a ring that pulsed with darkness. They didn't attack. They waited. The remnant stepped through them, its tall figure bending low, its faceless void fixed on the shed. The air in the clearing tightened until it hurt to breathe. My brother whispered. Horrified, it didn't lose Ali. It hit him. The hand beneath the shed trembled more violently, and the remnant whispered, give him back. But the shed whispered something else. Something I almost didn't hear help me before it does. The clearing held a silence so thick it felt alive, as if the air itself crouched low, waiting for someone, a child, an adult, anyone, to take a single wrong step. The shed in the center leaned crookedly, its roof half collapsed, its walls bowing inward as though something inside had pressed against them for years. Rot clung to every plank. The wood was soft, peeling, swollen with age and moisture. But despite how brittle it looked, the shed somehow felt stronger, occupied, as if it held a heartbeat in its dark core. The hand under the warped doorframe shook again, small fingers clawing weakly at the dirt. A faint sob followed, thin, exhausted, human. The little girl let out a choked scream and tried to rush forward. I grabbed her around the waist, pulling her back.
Stop! Look closely.
The hand trembled, but something about the movement was off. Not the tremble itself, but the timing. Too slow. Too controlled. Like the hand belonged to a child being forced to reach out instead of reaching willingly. The boy clung to my shirt. But it sounds like him. It's Eerie, please. Before I could answer, the shed whispered again, this time directly into my ear, even though no one stood close enough to speak. Help me before it does. The girl sobbed harder.
That is him! He's scared!
My brother's voice stirred inside my chest, tight with caution. The shed is alive. It isn't a building, it's a cage. A cage, I whispered. Yes, he said. Something old. Something that grew here long before the remnant stole voices. My stomach dropped. So what's inside? Eerie or something else? A long silence stretched between his words, and when he finally answered, his voice trembled with something I had never heard from him before. Uncertainty. Both. The remnant glided closer, its faceless void aimed straight at the shed. The shadows surrounding the clearing shivered in a slow ripple, as though receiving silent orders. The remnant raised one long arm, its limb unfolding like a length of cloth filled with smoke. It pointed directly at the shed. The void in its face pulsed. Give him back, the shed answered with a long, low creak, the kind that didn't sound like wood shifting, but like lungs expanding after too long without air. The door frame strained. The roof dipped. Dust exploded out from the cracks. Please, as the child's voice whimpered again. Please, help. The girl tore free of my grasp so violently I stumbled. She sprinted toward the shed before I could catch her. No, I shouted. But she didn't stop. The boy ran after her, and I ran after them both. They reached the shed just as the hand pulled back into the darkness. The girl dropped to her knees, reaching under the warped boards with trembling fingers.
Eerie grabbed me! Get away from there!
I yelled. She ignored me. The boy crouched beside her, crying, Don't leave us again, please. Then the shed moved. Not subtly, not slowly. It breathed. The entire structure expanded outward, the planks groaning as if something inside them swelled with sudden pressure. The roof rose. The walls bulged. Dust rained down around the children. The air around the shed pulsed with a strange heat. A low, pained moan echoed from inside, so human and heartbreaking it froze me in place. The girl gasped and shoved her hand deeper, desperate to grab something, anything. My brother screamed inside my chest,
Pale Tem! Aim! Nado!
I grabbed the siblings by their arms and yanked them away, just as the shed convulsed with a violent shudder. The wooden boards split open. Not from age, not from decay, from within. A long, jagged crack tore across the front wall, opening like a mouth. Splinters exploded outward. The entire shed lurched forward, dragged from within by an unseen force. The children screamed. I threw myself over them as shards of wood speared into the dirt inches from our heads. The shed groaned. A horrible, drawn-out sound like a creature waking after decades of starvation. And then, a small figure crawled halfway out of the crack. Eerie. His little body shook violently. Dirt clung to his cheeks. His shirt was torn, soaked with dark patches of mud. His eyes were swollen from crying. He looked real. He looked alive. He looked terrified. He reached toward us. Sis, he sobbed. Help me, the girl screamed his name and tried to run to him, but I held her back with everything I had.
Wait!
Eli's body jerked forward, as if pulled by something behind him. His fingers clawed frantically at the ground, leaving long streaks in the dirt. His mouth twisted into a sobbing cry. Please, please! My brother whispered urgently, look at his legs. I forced myself to raise my eyes despite the horror tearing through me. Eli's legs were still inside the shed. But they weren't still. They bent. Wrongly. Too sharply, as if multiple hands inside the darkness were gripping him. Or pulling him apart. A wave of nausea slammed into me. The girl shrieked.
Let go off him!
The boy sobbed, shaking uncontrollably. Why is it hurting him? A deeper voice rumbled from inside the shed, vibrating through the boards. Mine. My blood ran cold. The remnant stepped forward, its tall shape shaking like a furious flame. It hissed Neno. The shadows surrounding the clearing surged inward. The shed began to drag Eerie back inside. He screamed, raw, broken, terrified. The girl broke free and lunged toward him. I dove after her, tackling her before she crossed the threshold. Eli's fingers slipped across the dirt, then vanished into the darkness. His scream cut off instantly. The shed shuddered. The boards sealed. The clearing went silent. the girl wailed, collapsing into sobs so deep they tore straight through me. The boy curled into himself, shaking violently. I stared at the shed, heart pounding so hard it hurt. My brother whispered something so quiet it barely reached me. It didn't kill him. My breath hitched. Then what did it do? It kept him, he said, because Ely belongs to the woods, and the woods don't give back what they want. I swallowed hard. So how do we get him out? My brother hesitated. Then, with a tone that chilled me deeper than the forest ever had, he whispered, "You go inside." The moment my brother said I had to go inside, the clearing around us seemed to tilt. Not physically, not in any way that could be seen, but in the same subtle, stomach-dropping manner the quiet house once shifted when it wanted to unsettle me. The trees leaned closer, bending with a slow groan. Branches tangled in shapes that reminded me of hands reaching from overhead. The air thickened, heavy enough to taste the damp soil in each breath. The girl sobbed into her palms, her small frame shaking violently as her brother wrapped his arms around her. They clung together as if this clearing were the edge of the world, and one misstep would send them falling into darkness. The shed loomed in front of us, no larger than before, but swollen with a new presence, something like a held breath ready to release. My steps toward it felt heavier than any I had taken through the quiet house, heavier even than walking into the room where my younger self had once been trapped. This place wasn't twisted by memory or guilt. It wasn't shaped by fear or grief. It was something older, something that had learned how to hide its hunger behind stillness. Each plank of the shed creaked softly, not from wind, but from something pushing inward against the rotten wood. I could feel its attention shift from Ely to me, like cold fingertips brushing the inside of my skull. The girl crawled toward me, grabbing at my jeans with desperate hands. "Don't go in," she pleaded, her voice cracked raw. "It will take you too, please." I knelt to her level and put a hand gently on her shoulder. "I'll come back, and I'll bring him with me." Her eyes glistened with tears. Everyone says that before they don't. Her words sliced straight through me. I looked at her small, terrified face and realized something I hadn't allowed myself to consider. She wasn't speaking from fear. She was speaking from memory. Someone else she knew. Someone older, someone she trusted. Must have walked into these woods once and never walked out. The heartbreak etched in her voice couldn't come from anything else. "I will come back," I repeated, though a tremor in my chest betrayed me. Her brother clutched her hand and looked up at me with red, swollen eyes. "What if it doesn't want you to leave either?" I swallowed. "Then I'll make it let me go." My brother's voice pressed gently against my mind. "Don't lie to comfort yourself. This place isn't like the house. It listens. When you speak, you feed it." I shot a quiet thought back to him. "What do I do then?" "Walk quietly. And do not let it hear fear in your breath." I stood slowly. The shed creaked again, as if reacting to my resolve. The remnant still hovered near the edge of the clearing, tall and unmoving, its faceless void aimed at the shed. It didn't attack. It didn't approach. It simply watched, almost protectively. A strange thought rose in my mind, one I tried to dismiss, but couldn't. Was the remnant trying to protect the children from the shed, or the shed from me? For a moment, the forest held a silence so deep it felt unnatural. Not a bird, not an insect, not even the faint rustle of leaves. The shadows around us stayed still, forming a ring that blocked every escape but the one leading straight into the shed. I took another step. The shed's boards bulged outward, then sank back as if drawing a slow breath. The air near the structure was colder, sharp, metallic, carrying the scent of damp wood mixed with something faintly sweet, like rotting sap. My brother spoke again, quieter this time. "It won't let you walk in standing upright. It will force you to crawl. You need to accept that before you get close." My stomach tightened, but I nodded internally. The opening beneath the doorframe was low, barely wide enough for a grown person. Eli had been dragged through that gap by something that understood he was small, but it wanted me to go in willingly. The thought made bile rise in my throat. I crouched slightly as I stepped closer. Each movement felt like stepping into a pulse. Slow, steady, rhythmic, in time with something deep under the earth. The boards along the front wall trembled slightly beneath my shadow. They didn't push outward this time. They pulled inward, stretching just enough to create an entrance. The children whimpered behind me. The remnant glided closer, stopping at the edge of the clearing. It didn't speak, but its presence pulsed with agitation. It didn't want me to enter. I felt it. It leaned its tall frame forward, small twitches running through its elongated limbs. My brother murmured, "It doesn't fear you. It fears what you'll bring back." "What does that mean?" I whispered. He didn't answer. The opening widened a fraction more, and a small voice whispered from within, "Help me," not mimicked, not distorted, real. Eli. I dropped to my knees. The ground smelled of wet soil and mold. Cold dampness seeped into my pants. The shed's shadow crawled over my back like an old hand gripping me. I held my breath and peered inside. The darkness swallowed everything beyond a few feet. I couldn't see Eli. I couldn't see movement. Just the faintest shift of air, as if something deeper inside sucked the warmth from my breath. "Do not speak to it," my brother warned. "Speak only to the child." I lowered my head further. "Eli," I whispered softly, "I'm coming." A tiny sob sounded deeper inside. "Hurry," I edged closer, shoulders brushing the warped boards. They felt warm to the touch, too warm, like something alive beneath them. A faint throb passed through the wood, not unlike the dull pulse of a heartbeat. My breath hitched. The shed wasn't just holding him, it was absorbing him. I pushed that thought aside and crawled forward. The narrow opening scraped my back. Dirt collected under my palms. My knees sank into moist soil mixed with splinters and debris. The scent of decay grew stronger the farther I crawled. Behind me, the little girl cried out,
"Please come back."
My voice cracked as I answered, "I will." I pulled myself fully inside. Instant darkness swallowed me. The sound of the outside world vanished. No wind, no children's cries, no shifting shadows. Just a suffocating silence that pressed close to my ears, thick and stifling. My hands sank deeper into the dirt. It wasn't normal soil. It felt spongy, warm, textured like old cloth soaked in water. "What is this?" I whispered. My brother's voice shook. "This isn't a structure. It's a skin." A shudder ran through me so violently I nearly backed out. But then a small cry echoed again. Farther in, weaker. "Help!" I forced myself forward. The darkness swallowed my hands, then my elbows, then my shoulders. The only connection I had to the outside was the faint sliver of dim light behind me. I could still see the outline of the shed's warped boards, the girl's silhouette shaking in the clearing. But with each inch I crawled, the world behind me grew smaller. The air changed again, thicker, humid, carrying the faint scent of something sweet and rotten. My fingers brushed something soft, fabric. I froze. I felt it again. A small scrap of cloth half buried in the dirt. I pulled it up, a child's shirt. Eli's shirt. The fabric was torn, soaked with soil, but unmistakable. "He was dragged," I whispered. My brother answered, "Yes." I crawled deeper. The opening behind me shrank. I could hear the boards creaking gently, closing. The children screamed faintly, but their voices faded into the muffled world outside. Then, in the darkness ahead, I heard breathing. Slow, shallow, uneven. "Eli." I reached my hand toward the sound. "Buddy," I whispered, "I'm here." Something small pressed into my palm, a trembling hand. Warm, real. Eli sobbed weakly. "Don't let it take me," my throat tightened. "I won't." I grasped his hand and pulled gently, but something yanked him back. Hard. A force deeper in the shed pulled with a strength that nearly ripped my shoulder out of its socket. Eli screamed. A short, choked cry muffled by the earth around us. "Let go," I yelled, gripping him with both hands. The pull grew stronger. The shed's boards groaned. The dirt beneath me vibrated like a drum skin. Something deeper inside whispered, barely audible, mine. My brother screamed in my chest, "Pure! Oh, no!" I anchored my feet against the warped framework and heaved with everything inside me. Eli slid forward an inch, then another. His tiny fingers dug into my wrist, clinging desperately. The force inside the shed fought back, harder, angrier, the earth trembling around us.
I screamed, "Let go!"
The shed roared. The ground shook. The boards bulged outward, and suddenly Eli shot free, falling into my arms with a sob. I threw myself backward toward the shrinking opening, dragging him against my chest. The darkness erupted behind us, writhing, pulsing, a mass of shifting shapes trapped in a wooden cage. The shed screamed. Not a voice. A sound. A howl of something losing what it believed it owned. The boards snapped shut inches from my feet. I tumbled out into the clearing, Ely clinging to my neck. The children cried out in relief. The remnant shrieked. The shadows surged, and the shed began to rise, alive. Eli's tiny arms wrapped around my neck with a strength that seemed impossible for a child who had just been dragged through the dark. His tears soaked into my shoulder as I stumbled backward into the clearing, gasping for breath. Dirt clung to my face, my arms, my clothes. My arms burned from pulling him free. The air was cold and sharp, as if the world outside had changed while I crawled inside the shed. The moment my back hit open ground, the clearing felt wrong, tilted, uneven, vibrating under the surface like something enormous had begun to stir. The shed groaned behind me. I turned just in time to see its warped boards swelling outward, bending like ribs being forced apart from within. The wood splintered along fresh cracks. Nails slid from their holes, shooting into the dirt with soft thuds. The entire structure pulsed, slow, steady, rhythmic as if a heart beat inside the rotten walls. The children screamed. The girl rushed toward me, clutching Ely the second she reached us. She wrapped her arms around him so tightly I thought she might break him. He buried his face in her neck, sobbing with relief. Her brother stared at the shed with wide, trembling eyes. It's moving, yes, it was. The shed's foundation lifted slightly, jerking upward as if pushed by something with limbs too long to fit inside. The ground beneath it bulged, cracking in thin lines that stretched outward like veins. The remnant reacted first. Its tall shape stiffened, limbs straightening in sharp angles. It turned its faceless void toward the shed, and for the first time since I had seen it, the creature recoiled, fear flickering through the way its shadowy frame wavered. My brother whispered sharply inside me, "Move the kids behind you." I didn't argue. I grabbed all three of them and ushered them toward the far edge of the clearing, placing myself between them and the rising structure. The forest shadows that had been standing like silent guards drifted backward, pulled toward the remnant. They didn't flee. They gathered, as if waiting for instruction. The shed groaned again, louder this time, and the roof split open down the middle with a wet, tearing sound that sent a wave of nausea through me. The dark space beneath the roof wasn't empty. It writhed, full of shifting shapes like tangled limbs and twisting roots. The boards bent outward, and then snapped as something inside forced its way through. The forest trembled. "What is it?" the girl whispered, clutching Ely tighter. My voice barely escaped my throat. Something the remnant didn't want disturbed. The shed lurched again, lifting off the ground another inch. Black soil poured from beneath it as something massive pulled upward from the earth. The remains of the shed clung to whatever was rising, boards bending like torn skin, nails clattering across the dirt as they dropped one by one. The remnant raised both arms. Its faceless void widened, and a low sound leaked from its shape, like wind dragging across broken glass. The shadows at its feet shifted, bunching like muscles preparing for a strike. My brother pressed urgently inside my mind. The remnant isn't your enemy right now. It's trying to hold that thing down. What thing? I demanded. A part of the woods. A part that should never have woken. The shed split fully. Something enormous pushed upward. At first I thought it was a tree trunk, a thick column of dark wood rising from the soil. But then I saw it bend, twist, unfold, a spine. Not human, not animal. Something else entirely. The spine pushed higher, wrapped in thick layers of roots, bark, damp leaves, and the remains of the shed clinging like torn cloth. At its base, the earth heaved, creating a mound of dark soil that writhed like something alive beneath the surface. The spine stretched upward until it towered over us, taller than the surrounding trees, swaying as if tasting the open air for the first time in decades. Eli whimpered. "Don't let it take me again." I pulled him closer. "Nothing is taking you." The girl whispered, "What is that?" Why was Eli inside it? My brother answered for me, his voice low and steady. It wasn't trying to consume him. It was trying to replace him with itself. A chill shot down my spine. "Replace, yes," he said. "It takes children because children are easiest to shape. They're empty vessels for it to hide inside." I stared at the writhing form rising from the earth. That thing tried to wear Eli. Yes, like the remnant mimics voices, only worse. The remnant lost its face. This thing steals faces, steals bodies, steals futures. The spine twisted again, and a long branch, like limb unfurled from its side like an arm. Leaves and soil cascaded down its bark, covered length. The shed's last board slid off it and fell to the ground with a crack. The remnant lunged. Its tall frame glided across the clearing at inhuman speed. Shadows shot forward with it, streaking across the ground like black lightning. The remnant's limbs extended, elongating into streamers of shadow that wrapped around the rising creature's spine. The moment they touched, the forest screamed. Not the creature. The forest. Every tree, every root, every patch of soil sent out a trembling groan. Branches cracked overhead, leaves shuddered violently. Pine needles rained down like shaken dust. The children clutched each other tighter. Eli buried his face in my chest. The remnant strained, its limbs shaking from the effort. Its void pulsed brighter. Shadows wrapped thicker around its form, as if pouring their entire existence into restraining the creature. Then the creature moved. The spine bent forward with a sickening crunch. The limb it had unfurled snapped upward, fast as a whip, and struck the remnant squarely. The blow sent a shockwave through the clearing. The remnant flew backward, its long limbs flailing as it crashed into a tree so hard the trunk split. The surrounding shadows recoiled instantly, scattering like insects avoiding light. My brother hissed. The thing was buried because this forest couldn't kill it. The remnant alone isn't enough to hold it. The creature rose higher. Its form began to shift, not taller, but fuller. Bark peeled away in long strips, revealing layers beneath that were darker, smoother, almost flesh-like. Knots in the wood stretched into half, formed eyes. Cracks widened into twitching mouths. Faces, dozens of them, pushed against the inner surface like trapped souls gasping for air. The children screamed. I stood frozen. My brother whispered, "This is what took the first children. Long before the remnant existed. Why is it waking now?" I whispered through clenched teeth, "Because you brought something into the woods it wants more than children." My chest tightened. "Me? No," he said. "Me." A sharp wind ripped through the clearing. The creature turned its full mass toward us. Its limbs unfolded, its mouths open, its stolen faces twisted with hunger. And it spoke, not with a child's voice, not with stolen voices, but with its own voice. Deep, wet, old. "You returned," my brother whispered, terrified it remembers me. The creature leaned closer, its many eyes focusing on my chest, and every mouth murmured the same chilling word, "brother." The creature leaned forward, its enormous frame bending with a slow stiffness that made the earth groan beneath it. Every face stretched across its bark, like flesh twisted in unison, eyes widening, mouths twitching as if waking from a long, hungry sleep. Its many voices, layered, uneven, stitched together by something ancient and terrible, spoke my brother's name again, as if tasting him through my skin. The sound hit me like a blow. Eli clutched my shirt with tiny shaking hands, the girl and her older brother both hiding behind my legs. Their sobs shook through me. I wanted to tell them it was okay. I wanted to lie. But I couldn't force words out. Not with that thing looming over us. Not with my brother's presence trembling inside my chest for the first time since I found him again. My brother whispered, "It remembers the night I died." His voice, usually steady, calm, shook with something deeper than fear. A memory surfaced in my mind. Sharp and sudden, my brother's scream on the night he vanished. The sound had broken through the quiet house's walls like a crack in the world. I thought the house had taken him. I thought the woman had taken him. I blamed myself for running. I blamed myself for freezing. But now, staring at this monstrous form rising from the earth, I understood the horrifying truth. The house wasn't the only thing beneath us. The quiet house was just the doorway. This creature had been the darkness behind the door. It had taken my brother's last breath. The creature leaned closer, its limbs stretched forward, thick bark, covered, dripping with sticky moisture, as though reaching for something inside me instead of grabbing my body. Its mouths opened wider. Its many eyes zeroed in on the center of my chest. "Give him back," the voices groaned. The forest around us tightened. Branches twisted downward. Roots curled closer. The shadows that had once followed the remnant scattered across the ground like spilled ink. The remnant itself staggered to its feet, tall frame shaking violently from its collision with the tree. It tried to lunge again, but the creature's presence pressed it back with nothing more than a low, pulsing vibration. The remnant wasn't strong enough. I was the one it wanted, not my body, my brother. The girl sobbed harder, clutching Eli as if she feared the creature would reach for them next. "Make it stop," she begged. "Please make it stop." The older boy shook uncontrollably. "Why does it want your brother?" "He's dead, isn't he?" My throat tightened. "Yes," I whispered. "But I didn't bury him, and things that aren't buried stay hungry." My brother's voice flickered. "I'm not hungry anymore." "You're not," I whispered back. "But it is." The creature's limb hovered inches from my chest. Eli's terrified breath hit my arm in short bursts. I stepped forward. The children gasped. My brother hissed, "Stop. Don't go near it. It wants you." I whispered. "Not them. You." "So I'm giving it what it wants." "No," he said sharply. "You'll die. Not if I'm careful. You can't fight something older than memory." "I'm not fighting it," I whispered. "I'm talking to it." He froze. "Talking to it won't work." "It listened when I crawled inside the shed. It listened because you were desperate. It listens to intention." I took another step toward the creature, and right now, mine is louder than its hunger. The creature paused. The clearing stilled. Dozens of warped faces along its surface blinked in eerie. Broken rhythm, recognition passing through them like a tremor. I placed Eli gently into the girl's arms. The second she felt his weight, she clutched him as if he were the only real thing left in this place. Both siblings stared at me with wide, terrified eyes. "Stay behind me," I whispered. They nodded, clutching each other tightly. I stepped forward again. This time the creature didn't reach. It waited. My brother trembled inside me. "What are you doing?" "Ending this." The creature's limb hovered near my chest, drawn toward the place where my brother's presence rested. Its mouths whispered in a slow, guttural rumble, "Brother, return." "I'm not giving you anything," I said quietly. "But I'll tell you something you don't understand." The creature's heads tilted, dozens of warped faces shifting. "You didn't take my brother," I whispered. "You stole his end." Silence clamped down. The creature froze entirely, the forest holding its breath so tightly that even the leaves stopped trembling. "You never let him leave," I continued. "You kept him trapped in the moment he died. You didn't feed on him. You didn't release him. You held him." My brother's presence shivered as if something cold wrapped around it. "Let him go," I said. The creature groaned. A long, trembling sound that rattled the bark on the nearest trees. Its many mouths whispered again, "Mine." "No." My voice hardened. He was mine first. The remnant's head jerked upward. The creature recoiled. The words echoed in the clearing, claim meeting claim. The children huddled closer. The remnant stepped forward, as if the creature's hesitation finally gave it space to move. I pressed a hand to my chest, where my brother's presence thrummed, gentle and warm. "He isn't yours. He isn't a shape to steal or a voice to mimic. He isn't something you can hide in your skin." My throat tightened. "He's a memory, and you can't keep memories. They don't belong to woods or monsters or houses. They belong to the people who live them." The creature shuddered. Its limbs snapped backward, curling toward its body, its many faces contorted. Its mouths opened in wide, trembling shapes, not in hunger this time, but in confusion, maybe even pain. My brother whispered, stunned at its listening. I nodded. "Let him go." For the first time, I felt it, the creature's hunger shifting, hesitating, searching for something it didn't understand. Loss. Release. It didn't know how. My brother whispered, "Help it." "How?" "Show it what letting go looks like." I closed my eyes. My brother's presence warmed, first softly, then brighter, spreading through my ribs like sunlight breaking through clouds. The warmth rose through my throat, into my mind, into my breath. For a moment, I felt everything he ever was. Fear, joy, curiosity, frustration, laughter, pain. He didn't show me memories. I felt the life he never got to finish living. And then he whispered, "Open your hands." I did. A soft warmth lifted from my chest. Not violently, not pulled, freed. The creature leaned forward, trembling, dozens of mouths falling open in a silent cry as a small, glowing shimmer. My brother rose from me like dust catching sunlight. He hovered for a moment, then drifted toward the creature. I panicked. "No," but he whispered gently, "It's okay. I'm not going to be taken. I'm going to be seen." The creature watched. The shimmer floated closer, pausing inches from its face. The creature lowered itself, not to strike, to kneel. The forest stilled. The shadows stilled. Even the air seemed to bow. My brother whispered one final time, clear and calm, "I forgive you." The creature convulsed. Its many faces crumpled inward. Its spine bent under the weight of a sound that broke through the clearing. Half sob, half groan, raw and ancient. The creature's body collapsed backward, its barkskin cracking, shedding layers of twisted faces as if discarding centuries of stolen pain. The shimmer brightened, then dissolved into the wind. My brother was gone, truly gone. Not trapped, not haunted, free. The creature crumbled, its limbs peeling away, its stolen faces falling like brittle leaves. The spine cracked, split, and sank into the earth. Within moments, the enormous form shrank into a heap of broken bark and rotted wood. The shed was gone. The forest exhaled. The children sobbed, not in fear anymore, but in relief so pure it shook the entire clearing. I sank to my knees. Not broken, not hollow, just finally empty of the weight I had carried since childhood. The remnant approached slowly, its tall figure flickering. It lowered its head, not as a threat, not as hunger, but almost as a farewell, before dissolving into thin strands of shadow that drifted across the clearing like smoke rising into morning air. The children gathered around me. Eerie touched my chest gently. "Is he gone?" I nodded. "He's free." The little girl hugged me, tears soaking my shirt. "Thank you." The boy whispered, "Can we go home now?" I looked at the ruined clearing, the quiet woods, the sunlight creeping through the branches for the first time without dread. "Yes," I whispered. "You can." We walked out of the forest together. No shadows followed, no whispers called, no faces watched from trees, just quiet, real quiet, the kind that heals. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid of it. Not anymore.